Good evening. We're going to call the school committee meeting for October 14th to order. Quickly outline the agenda as well as talk about some order changes in the agenda, just so everybody knows the order of operations for this evening, and then we'll get ourselves started. So agenda-wise, we are going to start with public comment, if there is any, and then we're going to switch things around a little bit and go to the celebration from a student perspective, because we have two students here that have won an award, and we want to thank them and recognize them, and hopefully, if they're willing, take a picture and things like that. We'll then go to a celebration from a staff perspective, as we have a staff member here who has won an award, and we want to congratulate her and thank her and recognize her as well, and we're looking forward to that as well. We'll then move on to the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Erica McNamara and Sergeant Lewis and Sergeant Batcher are here to present to us in that regard, and we're thankful for that as well. Then Mr. Tracy will be presenting the RMHS, principal entry plan findings, which addresses the whole community, because almost all of our students go through and hit the high school, so we wanted the whole community to see that. We will then go on to the superintendent goals, which we will review, potentially amend, and then finally approve. We'll then review COVID data from a vaccination perspective, keeping to our agreement from a policy review perspective. We then have our conversation on the ARPA funds as we prepare ourselves to go into the financial forum next week. We have two particular updates in that regard. We will then have the MCAS review, an enrollment update, and finally end with the reading committee conversations. So we have a pretty packed agenda. Might be here for a long time. I don't know that we're going to beat the select board to win for 5.5 hours the other night, but we'll keep ourselves busy. So with that said, public comment is where we'll start. Public comment is for anybody in the audience that wishes to address the committee. In particular, it goes to me by a policy perspective, and then we'll decide if we can answer it or not answer it tonight or just take it away. It is for anything not on the agenda, and that's a key. And then we'll go from there. So keep it respectful, and yes, Miss, please state your name, Karen. State your name and street as part of the process too, please.
Thank you, Tom. Karen Janowski, 30 Azalea Circle in Reading, and I just want to pull up. So it's great to be here. It's wonderful to come before you tonight. I'm speaking as a former school committee member who served on this committee for 6 years. I'm so grateful for the new energy, the new leadership, the new transparency, the new vision for our Reading Public Schools that comes via Tom and Sarah and Jen as well, who's not here. Thank you for what you're doing for our learners. I'd also like to commend the school board for their initiatives in developing subcommittees designed to target specific tasks. This structure was not in place during my tenure on the school committee, and I look forward to seeing the results of your efforts. Having said that, I must address an issue that is very concerning to me. How should the school committee respond when one of its members acts independently in a manner that is not only inappropriate, but harmful to students, parents, educators, and the greater community? What was the issue? A school committee member had access to personal information pertaining to students, parents, and teachers that they had absolutely no right to access as a solitary school committee member. The reason I bring this up now is because at the September 30th school committee meeting, issues of purview were brought up. Two members, Mr. Brandt and Ms. Gaffin, cited policies that they believed pertained to the topic at hand, creating a reading advisory committee. In fact, their familiarity with school committee policies was surprising, considering they ignored school committee policies when the appalling email situation occurred in the spring. Mr. Brandt accepted emails that were outside his purview. He researched what he should do, and he did nothing. He should have known policy BCA, School Committee Ethics Policy, which clearly spells out the ethics by which all school committee members are bound. In addition, policies BBA, School Committee Powers and Duties, and BBAA, School Committee Member Authority, make it clear school committee members act as a committee and do not take lone wolf actions. When they do, and then refuse to share that information, which included sensitive student, parent, and teacher information, with the superintendent and fellow school committee members, they are in violations of the ethics policy, excerpts of which state, realize that his, school committee member, primary responsibility is to the education and safety of children. Recognize that his basic function is to be policy-making and not administrative. Remember that he is one of a team. Remember that he represents the entire community at all times. Accept the office as a committee member as means of unselfish service with no intent to play politics in any sense of the word. Recognize and support the administrative chain of command and refuse to act on complaints as an individual outside the administration and not withhold pertinent information on school matters or personnel problems from members of his own committee. One may say that the issue was addressed over the summer and it is time to move on. I would suggest that I am not the only community member that does not believe that the issue was resolved appropriately. It is unclear why Mr. Brandt chose to ignore school committee policies and delve into areas well beyond his purview. His abhorrent actions affected students, parents, and educators. It was disturbing to see how policy was ignored for such an egregious situation when he had access to over 200 emails, which was clearly outside of his purview as a lone school committee member.
I appreciate it. I just want to be careful because this policy also has like a 2-minute limit. You've gone past that. So is there a way to wrap up right now?
Sure. Purview was mentioned repeatedly during the discussion about the reading advice. I thought we always had 3 minutes.
I think that I'll double check, but it's gone pretty late. So.
Okay. Purview was mentioned repeatedly during the discussion about the Reading Advisory Committee by Mr. Brandt. Hearing the discussion citing purview for that agenda item was all the more disturbing when he received emails clearly outside of his purview and chose to do nothing. He chose to ignore the school committee ethics and responsibility policy and humiliated students, parents, educators, and fellow school committee members. As a former school committee member and a seasoned professional educator who cares deeply for the learners of this town, their families, and the community as a whole, I am requesting that Mr. Brandt publicly apologizes to all impacted students and families and reassures them, as well as the rest of the community, that his actions were inappropriate and hypocritical, and this type of decision-making and action will not be tolerated by the school committee moving forward. This absolutely needs to take place in order to maintain the integrity of this committee, to garner the trust of the community, and to ensure the privacy and protection of our students moving forward. And I must acknowledge the efforts of Ms. Nodaro, who tried to rectify the situation. Thank you, caller, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. You were correct. It was 3 minutes, but it did go about 4, so thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, so we'll move on. Before we go to consent, Sean, I threw you a curveball. Would we get a motion to move the student recognition forward, please?
Oh, before the consent agenda.
Before the consent,
Sure.
yeah.
Move to take out of order item E1, celebration of Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents Certificate of Academic Excellence.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Robinson. We'll do a hand vote. All in favor? All opposed? And it passes 6-0. Dr. Milichewski.
Well, good evening, everyone. I think this is one of the most exciting parts of the job is to be able to celebrate and recognize some of the amazing students in our school community. So tonight we're going to recognize 2 RMHS seniors who have distinguished themselves for several different reasons. So I'm going to go through tonight and just read through first what the award is, some of the criteria for the award, and then invite the students up to receive their award and take a picture with the school committee and the administration. So tonight we recognize 2 RMHS seniors for the Certificate of Academic Excellence Awards. And it says, the award reads, as the educational leader in each community, the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents has designated an award for academic excellence. These awards will be given to high school students who have distinguished themselves in the pursuit of excellence during their high school careers. And in a school the size of RMHS, we're allocated 2 awards. The criteria is based off of 3-year cumulative average and also rank in the class, and the students have to be in the top 5% of the class. In addition to that, the superintendent has some leeway amongst those students to then make a decision on students based off of contributions to the RMHS community. So to help select our students, I met with the guidance department at RMHS, and while there were many amazing seniors who were well deserving of this recognition and this honor, there were 2 students who they felt really deserved this recognition, and we wanted to celebrate and recognize on behalf of our entire community. So I would like to tonight, and people already know, so there's no suspense here. First,
Dun, dun, dun.
recognize Sarah DiCostanzo. We'll give Sarah a round of applause. And also Weston Lewin. So we're going to take a picture. If you just want to stand out front, and committee, if you don't mind coming around to the front.
All committee members, Martha, you too.
Sarah.
Oh, sure.
There, Susan.
Yes, of course.
You can hold it over.
Aaron, you want to go up and get a closer picture?
Families, do you want a picture with the committee as well? Children wouldn't want a picture.
Excuse me, I'll move this in so you can get by.
Coming back behind only to go back out in a minute anyway, so.
And as the students transition out, we'd like to just say thank you to the students' families for joining us tonight too. And I think there's a lot of things in the school community that we like to celebrate, a lot of different accomplishments, achievements, and would like to recognize Sarah and Weston for their academic excellence. Clearly, the time, the dedication, the commitment, the passion that they've poured into their educational career, this is just sort of a piece of recognition of all their amazing work. We are so thrilled and happy to recognize and honor you in this way, and we can't wait to follow your journey this year and beyond. So congratulations. Thank you for setting a really high bar for students across our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Okay, before we move on to the next item, which we'll also take out of order, I'm remiss that I didn't introduce the newest member of the committee. So Smrtha has joined us as the student representative, and we're so glad that you're able to join us and participate and provide your input and whatnot, so welcome.
Thank you.
Okay?
She does just a little update introduction as well.
Oh, sure. So hi, everyone. My name is Smrtha. I am a senior here, and I am pretty involved in RMHS. I'm a part of 3 choirs, and I direct one of them, which means running rehearsals, leading the overall management of the group. I'm also secretary of the band program. I'm also a president of the yearbook and book club, and I'm also part of the RMHS field and track, track and field. And I am also working at 2 part-time jobs during the school year. I work at the Reading Public Library, representing with the mask. I also work at a nursing home in Burlington. But yeah, right now I'm pretty busy doing college stuff. Deadlines are November 1st, so, you know, grinding on that college grind. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. Thank you.
Thank you, Smrtha. Welcome.
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 Okay, so now I'll take a motion for the Elementary Art Educator of the Year.
Move to take out of order item C1, MAEA Elementary Art Educator of the Year.
Do I have a second? Second. Seconded by Carla, and we'll do a hand vote again. All in favor? All opposed? Seeing none, 6-0. All right, Dr. Milichewski, back to you again.
Great. So another fun way to start the meeting here too. We are very excited to recognize one of the amazing educators in our community. I think all the families know that our students are fortunate to go to school each day and be surrounded by really awesome educators at all of our schools, at all levels. And I think tonight we're thrilled that one of our best, and one we think represents us so well, has been recognized as a tremendous educator across the state. So tonight we're going to share a little bit about the award, which is the MAEA Elementary Art Educator of the Year. I'm going to read a little bit about it, but first I would like to just, again, no surprise here, we've shared out a huge congratulations to Amy Hussey, recipient of the award. I'd like to read a little bit about Amy, try to embarrass her a little bit publicly. This is a letter that was written by Principal Sarah Levesque on her behalf, and as she applied, or actually recognized and recommended Amy for this award. So it says, Amy is our visual arts specialist supporting students in the arts from kindergarten through 5th grade. Amy typically works in this capacity across multiple elementary schools. This year, which was last year, due to the pandemic, we were fortunate to have her full-time at Killam Elementary. Each day, she entered the Killam School with great enthusiasm. She is a great asset to the school community, and we are fortunate to have her with us. Amy has worn many hats within the Reading School District. Originally a 4th grade teacher, she transitioned to the role of visual arts teacher and has been in this position since I have known her. Amy is dedicated to creating an inclusive and diverse experience for her students. This year alone, she has shown tremendous growth by including a digital platform and lessons for her students, connecting with artists from around the country to showcase the wide range of creativity in the BIPOC community. She has worked with various organizations to rethink their marketing strategies to include diverse curriculum and representation across all levels. She does this because she believes her students deserve to know the future that is open to them. Amy also supports the greater Reading teaching community. She's an active member on the negotiations team, the building leadership teams, and numerous hiring committees. I've had the privilege of serving alongside her in many of these positions. She is reflective, open to feedback, and finds the positive in the way she thinks of the greater system changes. We are very fortunate to have her voice. Amy's greatest asset is her ability to connect with her students. She is a warm and positive way when she interacts with children. She is an advocate for her students, someone who thinks beyond the typical school walls, offering creative solutions for how to best support her students. Beyond providing an outstanding arts education to her students, she is a mentor, providing individualized attention to our students who benefit the most from a consistent, positive relationship and role model within the school. She has truly established herself as a valuable resource for her students. So first of all, thank you to Principal Levesque for the nomination. A huge congratulations to Amy Hussey. I had the pleasure of spending a little bit of time in Amy's room the other day during my visit at Killam. Immediately when I walked in, she warned me I shouldn't be wearing a suit in there. Should probably put something on for a little bit of cover with some paint that was flowing around. But I think the thing that stuck out to me right away was first, there was a special, I would say, like Zen feeling when I just walk into the room. It was calm, it was engaging, it was welcoming. Students were incredibly on task and excited about their work, proud about their work, and just incredibly creative. And it just, to have that type of classroom community stick out in such a, immediately when you walk in was really exciting for me. And it came as no surprise, as I just know this recognition and this honor goes along with what so many other people in the community share about Amy, and that's from teachers, parents and students alike. So just fortunate and happy that Amy's been recognized in the way that she deserves. So we'd like to invite Amy up to take a picture again, round 2 with our committee here, and just thank her again for her contributions to our entire RPS district. So thank you to Amy and congratulations.
Went that way last time, I'll go this way this time. Just don't trip over the cord.
adjourn after the celebration.
Yep. Yeah.
It's a nice way to start.
Okay, continuing our hop around the agenda, we are now going to move to the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Before we do that, I just wanted to say as well, thank you, I mean, congratulations again to Amy and the students who have already left. Congratulations to them. I think it's a very conscious decision we've been making to do more of this positive celebration stuff, and I don't know about you, but it makes it fun to come to the meeting, and that's what I like to see. So thank you to the administration for that. Thank you to the school committee for that as well. Great work. Sean?
Do we have a student report? Do we want to take that before these items?
That's a good question. Samantha, do you have a report to do tonight too?
No.
No.
No? Okay. So we will then jump to the Youth Risk Behavior Survey.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
Move to take out of order item E2, Youth Risk Behavior Survey presentation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Chuck. All in favor? Hand raise. All opposed? And it passes 6-0. All right. So, Erica, you're on. I can switch. There we go. Perfect.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Erica McNamara. I'm the director of the Reading Coalition for Prevention and Support at the Reading Police Department. I've been the survey coordinator for the past 13 years, and I'm excited to share the data with you tonight. But just wanted to say a few words about some of our support that we have with me tonight. Our new outreach coordinator, Crystal Melanakis-Garay, is here with me, so I just want to give her a chance to say hi to the committee because she's 2 weeks into her new job. And also want to say a special thank you to school resource officers Brian Lewis and Matt Thatcher, who are huge supporters of the work that we do with the coalition and do a lot of work with the data after you all get to see it in terms of applying it in action and making sure that we are looking at the safety and security of our students. And then just another big thank you to all of the school leaders. I was able to meet with many of them yesterday to share a little preview of the data, and they gave me great feedback for tonight. So thank you for your support. So to get started, I will ask if you'll allow me to get through most of the presentation before going through questions, if that's okay.
Yep.
Sometimes my brain can be like popcorn and I will get distracted, so I will do my best to make sure that we have enough time. Feel free to stop me if you need to, and Crystal will also be taking notes in case I need to follow up on any of your questions. So to get started, I'm going to go over the survey process, the demographics of the survey respondents, the executive summary. We're going to go through an example which is called the anatomy of a pandemic classroom. This survey was done in a very unique time. We've never undertaken a youth risk behavior survey during a pandemic, so we have very unique data to share. We'll go over some of the survey results, and then we'll look at what support we already have in district and what some of the next steps are to do with the data. So overall, the data process starts with the superintendents in the Middlesex League. They have created a relationship with Leahy Health and JSI, which is John Snow Inc. They're our survey consultant. Leahy Health has come on board to support the survey for the last 2 cycles, which saves the district between $6,000 and $10,000 every 2 years. So we very much appreciate Leahy Health's support. And JSI is the survey consultant, so they provide the questionnaire, the analysis, the data cleaning, and then we get to share the data with you. In terms of the survey development process, I include the middle school principals, the high school principal, and I go back and forth with the consultant and our school leaders to develop the questionnaire. And then we make sure that we're set up for survey and data collection. And then JSI goes through their analysis process, and then we get to bring it to you. And then we move on to bringing the data down to our school leaders. We have an action team that typically forms after we've shared the data. And then we start bringing it around to the community, PTOs, parents, young people. It immediately goes into our classrooms. In grades 9 and 11, students work with the data in health education classrooms and do projects with the data. And I have to say the projects have been amazing over the last few years. So we're very excited to see what students think of the new data. In terms of the core survey, it comes from the Centers for Disease Control. It's broken down into 2 pieces. There's a risk behavior component and a protective behavior component. The risk behaviors are the ones that are most concerning for injury and death. The protective behaviors are the ones that help keep young people above some of those risks. We did add pandemic-specific questions this year, and I'm going to go through the examples that we have from that data. A question I get asked a lot, having done the survey for many years, is, do students tell the truth? And what the research has shown is that this survey is as valid as any other self-report adult survey. We do have millions of young people have now taken the survey across the United States, and so we have a very large sample. And then we also, having joined with the Middlesex League, now have a sample comparison of the Middlesex League communities, as well as state data to refer to. So it is important to know that there are internal reliability checks within the questionnaire. So some questions are asked the same way 3 or 4 times. And then there's also a data cleaning process that throws out responses so that we end up with a very clean set of data. For the 2021 survey year, JSA worked with 11 school districts, including Reading. In terms of parent involvement, parents were able to review the survey in the RPS main office and opt out their student. There's a form that we provide if parents choose to opt out their student. Teachers and administrators serving as proctors conducted the survey virtually this time with students because of where we were in April and May of 2021. The questionnaire was completed in 1 class block, and all surveys and answers were anonymous. And participation in the survey is always voluntary. Students are read a script at the beginning so they understand the importance of the survey, but if they start the survey and decide they no longer want to continue, they can opt out at any time. In terms of data cleaning, there's a number of reliability checks that happen with data cleaning, but overall, after the data programs that run the cleaning are run through, then there's also an examination of each survey. And so we often start with a 98 to 99% sample of Reading students, and we often end up with about 85% of the surveys being included in the final data set. So there's about 10% loss to data cleaning. There are some key findings that have been summarized by JSI. There is a 30-page report on Reading data only, and then there's a 38-page Middlesex League report. So we'll be sharing those on the Reading Coalition website, and Dr. Milszewski can share those as well. And they do summarize the Middlesex League as a whole, and then the Reading report itself. Tonight in my slides, I'm going to kind of go through some of the highlights. Not everything that I'm sharing is in the Middlesex League report or the Reading report, because I also looked at the overall data set of the Reading results. So just a few kind of notes. Overall, the results are presented as whole percentages except for ethnicity data, as well as the anatomy of a pandemic classroom example. I was hesitant to include comparisons to state and national data this year. Typically, that's something I love to do, is to show you how do we compare and what does it look like. But the consultant was very firm in the sense that it's a very difficult year to compare because we have a very unique time that this data was gathered in, and the data for the state and the nation is 2 years behind. So it's not an accurate comparison already, and then we're also comparing pandemic data. So there are some limited comparisons that I've included, but as we progress through, I will develop what we call our dashboard, which compares all of the data points to the state and national data, and so that will come to the committee at some point if you'd like it. And then just for space, on most of the slides, MS is for middle school and high school is HS. Overall, in terms of survey respondents, we had a very high number of young people participating. Overall, the sample includes 1,908 students. Pretty even representation in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. For the high school, overall, pretty good representation. We had a slightly smaller participation rate for seniors. So overall, most students took the survey from a place other than school because at the time they were in a home setting or working from somewhere else. So about 77%, 23% in school were here for those required programs that we had. We also can look at the survey respondents by race. And so you can see the young people broken down by that. One area that we saw an increase in is the number of multiracial students compared to our last survey. And then for the first time, we're able to break out data by students who identify as something other than male or female, what JSI is calling genderqueer. And that includes students who identify with a gender other than male or female. And you'll see as we go forward, there's a number of areas where that particular community has disparity when it comes to risk behavior. And so I want to kind of draw your attention to those as we go through. In terms of ethnicity, this is the first time we've had ethnicity data for the survey. It was an area that I fought very hard for and was turned down about 6 times and kept going back to the JSI and saying, can we really, really try to include ethnicity data? Because the race data doesn't tell us a ton about what other young people identify in terms of their ethnicity, and that can really make a difference in terms of how our school responds to some of their cultural needs. So I felt it was important to advocate for that, and we do have that data now. And a couple things that I want you to notice is just the number that we have by middle school and high school. Some young people chose not to identify an ethnicity, and that's, you know, a good chunk of students, but for those who did, it gives us important information that may help us with thinking about translated materials, cultural adaptation, and making sure that we're caring for all of our families. And so you'll see all of the ethnicities here. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I wanted to include it, particularly for our school leaders who may be looking at their schools and thinking about their families. We also have the data by number of students, and students could choose more than one ethnicity, so they may identify in multiple categories. In terms of sexual orientation and gender identity, we asked students how they identify their sexual orientation, and they had a choice of a number of categories and the category of I don't know. And that I don't know was a recommendation from our middle school principals who understand at that developmental level, people may be on a journey. And so it's important to note that you can see the I don't know category, particularly for middle school students, is much higher. And I think that's important to understand that young people may be in different places at different times. But overall, about 25% of Reading middle school students and 22% of Reading high school students identified as lesbian, gay, bisexual, or questioning. In terms of transgendered identification, the rate is about 1%, with a higher number of students saying that they didn't know. So I think that's also important to understand that young people may be grappling with some pretty heavy stuff at a young age. In terms of the executive summary, as I mentioned, this is the first time we've ever collected data during a pandemic. There were some communities that chose not to collect data, who felt like it wasn't the right time. We worked with our school leaders and checked in to see, should we go forward? And the thought was, yes, we go forward and we see where young people are at. And I'm very thankful for that, because students really rose to the occasion and took the survey seriously and shared some amazing information that I think we can help support them with. Overall, some good news on sleeping 8 or more hours a night. Overall, we had an increase of 16% since our last survey, and that is also after the change of moving the start time of the high school up. So I think that's a really good result to see that we've got more kids getting better rest. Overall, mental health risk behaviors are up: depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation. They're slightly less than the Middlesex League rate, which is the 11 communities combined, but they're still concerning, and we're always concerned when any mental risk behavior is up. There is some concerning data. It's the first time that we've ever had this data, where we asked young people to think about, did they know students who were being treated differently because of their race or ethnic origin? And so there's a series of questions that young people were asked, and I think that you'll find that data very compelling. Overall, there are a number of disparities and imbalances that'll come across as I present the data. By gender and race, you will see disparities. By sexual orientation and gender identity, you'll see disparities. There is national research for all of these categories that support that these disparities are not unique to Reading. They are societal disparities, and they go very deep. And so I just want to point out that we are just kind of digging into a very tiny piece, but there's a lot more data out there. The Trevor Project did an amazing survey of young people who identify as LGBTQ, and they found that their rates of suicidal ideation were more than double. And so we want to make sure that when we think about responding to the needs of our community, that we're thinking about communities that may be smaller but may have higher need. So we brought a few resources with us tonight, because as I go through this, sometimes people will say, well, what are the resources? What can I do? How can I help? So we do have our mental health resource list, substance use resource list, and our LGBTQ resource list over here on the back table, as well as on our website, which is linked to the Reading Public Schools. One other thing I want to point out is that small can be big. So you'll see some percentages that are 1%, and that's great. We love low percentages. But when it's something like homelessness, 1% is big. So I just want to point out that 99% of our students had a safe place to sleep, but 1% reported something other than that. And I just want to make sure that we know that even in Reading, we can have that experience where people may go through a temporary period of homelessness or a shift because of a circumstance. We know that there's been a lot of economic impact because of the pandemic. So I just want to point out the resources that we have in the state on homelessness and also kind of support the school leaders that may have worked with those families. As we think about the pandemic, one thing that we want to point out, we're still in it. We're not on the other side yet. And the way that the World Health Organization has described the pandemic is that we've been through this mass or collective trauma, and we're still experiencing it. We're experiencing it all differently because we've all had different family experiences, different healthcare experiences. But as a society, we have gone through this collective trauma. And one of the outcomes of that is some people experiencing what they're calling post-pandemic stress disorder. So things may feel a little bit more back to normal, but they may still have higher rates of anxiety or trouble coping or feeling more scattered or having brain fog, in addition to having things that might be lingering from COVID. So just want to point out that even though we may be back in the building, things aren't all back together, right? So we're still working at that and we're still trying to figure it out. As we kind of experience our new normal, we're continually assessing what the needs of our students are. This data is population data that's anonymous. So I can't say which students in the survey were actually helped by a school leader or a school teacher. But I do know from being part of the school community for the last 13 years, we have amazing and caring professionals and a multi-tiered system of support that's identifying young people at risk throughout the day, despite when we were in remote learning and all of the other things. So some of the things that you may see may feel a little scary to see that this many young people have depression or anxiety, but know that there's a number of caring people behind the scenes that are working with those young people. So I want to share this example of a pandemic classroom. I've taken the data and laid it across a classroom of 20 students at the middle school and the high school level, just to give you a sense of what it's like from a teacher's perspective. It doesn't mean that students who demonstrate these symptoms that teachers will know, but any good teacher usually knows when something's a little off with their kids. And so I just want to point out that about 23% of our middle school students, which equals about 5 students in a classroom of 20, and 6 students in a high school classroom reported their mental health was not good all or most of the time. Now, this was in the spring of 2021. It may have improved since then, but that's a significant number of students that teachers are managing. As we think about feelings of fear, anger, sadness, which we've all experienced, but imagine that at middle school age and high school age, about half the class, and a little more than half for the high school, experiencing those feelings. When we think about having difficulty concentrating or making decisions, which are key parts of learning, which are, is really, really hard. Again, about half of the class being impacted. Then we also looked at physical reactions. Were they having physical reactions such as headaches, body pain, stomach problems, and skin rashes? And we know that physical reactions can be symptoms of other types of physical problems as well as mental health issues. So about 4 students at the middle school level in a classroom of 20 and 5 high school students. And that also is another area that our school nurses have had to deal with. In addition to all their pandemic responsibilities, is also young people having higher rates of physical symptoms as well. In terms of having difficulty sleeping or nightmares, we did see an increase in young people having trouble with sleeping. And as we know, sleep can be a huge part of our overall wellness. About 5 middle school students in a classroom of 20, about 6 high school students. I think one of the things that is important to think about is as adults, we may have had a lot of worries weighing on us, but our young people were also experiencing a lot of that unknown, and that was affecting all parts of their life, conscious or unconscious. The other area is, I think, to me, the one that is the hardest to share with you, because I know that we're still kind of managing through some of the grief that we've all experienced. During the pandemic, about 12% of our middle school students and 17% of our high school students reported having a family member with this very serious illness or having a family or close family friend that died. That's about 7 middle school students and about 8 high school students. I think the other thing that's important to know is for those that lost people, we weren't able to grieve in the same way. We weren't able to gather. We weren't able to go through the rituals that we have. And so we have a lot of unresolved trauma that we still haven't dealt with as a society. One of the projects that the coalition worked on last summer was doing interviews with leaders who worked on the pandemic, and meeting with our clergy. It was really compelling to hear them talk about working with families when they couldn't gather, when they couldn't have services, when they couldn't mourn their loved ones. And so I just want to point that out, that we have a lot of processing to do. And when I think about our amazing art educator and the work that she's done, I know that art is a big piece of that, and that there's a lot of opportunities for us to use our creativity to maybe give young people a chance to work through some of this stuff. We also asked young people about worsening of a mental health condition if they already had it, and then also worsening of a chronic health problem. And that's about 7 middle school students and about 8 high school students. And again, that represents an impact on our school nurses, on our school counselors, our school psychologists, our school adjustment counselors, more young people with need. The other piece I want to point out, for all these areas of the pandemic classroom, I've been talking about the students, but there's an educator in every one of those rooms who's gone through the same pandemic, who's experienced a lot of the same things, who may have had some of those same impacts. And so when we think about this data, we can't not think about our educators and their experience. They're teaching through this, and so we want to think about, in terms of response and follow-up, not just our students, but the people that are caring for our students. In terms of looking at the data a little bit differently outside of the classroom, just kind of generally, these rates are the Reading Middle School 2021 data combined on the red, and the blue is the Middlesex League comparison. So you can see the league comparison is pretty comparable to where Reading is. So we're not alone in what we've gone through. But it also is important to kind of just take stock and think a little bit about, we're still in the middle of it. We also looked at the data in terms of breaking out by genderqueer, that category that I mentioned at the beginning. So it's a small number of young people, but the data shows us that they're disproportionately impacted when it comes to their mental health. So if you look at the middle school, 70% of students who identified as genderqueer reported an impact on their mental health, having poor mental health, compared to the league rate of 69%. And then the high school students were also over 70%. But when you compare that to the overall average student rate of 20%, it's much, much, much higher. So we talked a little bit about the idea of being in this pandemic era, and that there's a lot of not great news. But there's also some research around pandemic post-growth, and the idea that we've learned a lot during the pandemic, and we're continuing to learn, and that there's a transformation process that can happen. And so it's not all bad news. There's a lot of things that we can grow from and we can learn from. So that's important to make sure that we're continually to identify, manage, experience the feelings as they come. We also want to make sure that we're not getting caught in that cycle of toxic positivity, meaning it's important to be positive, but also to recognize we may have bad days, like the idea it's okay to not be okay. So I just want to point that out, that that's part of the growth process. In terms of support networks and treatment access, we ask young people, are they already seeing someone? Are they taking medication for a mental health condition? And the rates for middle school are 13%, which is a good rate. That's a lot of young people already connected to services. At the high school level, it's 19%. The national rate is 20%, so it's great to see that 19%. And then you can also see the Middlesex League rate as well as the Middlesex League high school rate. Then we also ask young people, do you have a trusted parent in your life? Is there someone that you can go to in your family? And you can see the rates are quite high for the Reading rates as well as the Middlesex League rates. And that's so important to think about, that young people have that trusted parent that they can go to. We also asked if they have a teacher or adult at school that they can go to, and the rates are lower than the rates for parents, which makes sense. But typically these rates are around 80% for having a trusted adult at school. And so these rates did drop during the pandemic because young people didn't feel as connected because the lack of kind of day-to-day contact was a little different. There was a great article in the Orbit by some of the students about that idea of seeing their teacher in person made them feel more confident in asking for help, even around basic school things. So I think it's important. We did what we had to do to get through it, but there was an impact in terms of relationship building. And if there's anything that you take from my presentation, that's the most important piece of all of this. All risk and protective behavior work comes down to relationships. The more we can build those relationships, the better our young people do. We also asked young people, do they have a coping strategy? And you can see we've got very high rates of coping, which is great. We've got a lot of young people who are physically active, who take care of their mental health, who have a lot of hobbies. And I mean, just hearing your amazing student leader talk about her life, it's pretty amazing to think about all the things that you're managing. So there's lots of great coping that's happening. We also asked young people, are they eating breakfast? Because it is one of those indicators of being ready to learn. So we wanted to hear how many students are eating breakfast. About 47% of middle school students said they were eating breakfast all 7 days, which is awesome. You can see the rate drops at high school. It's part of the developmental process. Sometimes they don't think that they need breakfast. But the more that we can increase those rates, the better it is for learning. And I just want to say, too, there's been amazing work by the Food Services Department in terms of access to food this year, and I'm sure that has gone a long way to increasing these rates. In terms of number of hours of sleep on an average school night, we have the rates for 2021 compared to 2019, and you can see that the young people sleeping 7 or more hours has gone up, as well as 8 or more hours. So that's exciting news. The more sleep, even an hour, makes a difference on brain health, makes a difference on coping, reduces risk behavior, reduces car accidents. It has a number of outcomes. That's very important. In terms of asking young people about what types of physical activity they're doing and then also what types of health education they're getting, we asked young people how physically active they are. And the rate for middle school, about 94% were active 1 to 7 days in the week. At the high school level, it was 91%. We also asked young people, did they receive a certain type of prevention education in their school? At the middle school, they have health education in quarters or broken down into semesters. At the high school level, they have grade 9 and grade 11 programs. So depending on when we offer the survey, sometimes these rates shift around because some young people haven't gotten to that topic yet. Yeah. So you'll see the rates for HIV prevention for middle school are a little bit lower, but they do cover that topic. For high school, it's a little bit higher, but only about half because they hadn't gotten to the other half of this class yet. Balanced nutrition is a question we only ask at the high school. The high school survey is about 120 questions. The middle school survey is about 60. So there's more high school data than there is middle school data. But high rates for our nutrition program, as well as for alcohol and drug prevention and bullying prevention. Not surprisingly, we asked a little bit about social media, which is a big part of our young people's lives. And the question that was asked is, how many times has someone posted something about you on social media that made you upset or uncomfortable? And unfortunately, we had quite a few young people who reported having that experience. That can be very stressful. It can feel like a very public thing, even when it happens on social media, because that's another area where young people are being socially connected. So it's important to keep an eye on this and make sure that we're doing education about media safety and continuing to offer young people outlets to talk about it. We also ask about electronic bullying or e-bullying, cyberbullying, whatever you want to call it. You can see that the rates for middle school 2021 is about 55%. The rate is pretty comparable to the Middlesex League, but you can see that the rates go down at the high school level, and then also the Middlesex League level, they go down. But the area that's most compelling is to look at the young people who identify as genderqueer. You can see that their rates in the orange bar are much higher than the rates for all students. And so that's an area that we want to make sure that we're addressing safety, security, having an outlet to talk. Overall, if you look at the middle school bullying rates on school grounds, young people weren't on school property as much, but we did ask the question, have you ever been bullied on school property? You can see that the rates, again, are much higher for students who identify as genderqueer. And we also looked at the data by 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, so you could get a sense. The rates are pretty comparable across the grades, slightly lower at the 6th grade level. And then it's important, I did include on the bottom of the slide what the number of students that equates to. Because when we think about 197 students that reported being bullied. Breaking that down, that's a large number of students across both of our schools. And we want to make sure that we're continuing to invest in bullying education and bullying support and having young people understand the process for reporting things. Our school resource officers are a resource on that, as well as our middle school principals. But it is important to know that we need to continue to work on it. We see at the high school level, the rates typically go down. Maturity, development, ability to process and troubleshoot improves as young people mature. So the rate has gone down since 2011, just to give you a 10-year comparison. But we did have less students on school property, so this rate might not have gone down as drastically, might have been around 10%, but it is important to know that it has gone down by more than half. In terms of perceived safety, when we think about bullying, dealing with things on social media that make you upset or uncomfortable, we also have to think about how does that affect young people's decisions to come to school? Does it affect their perceived safety? And so we asked the question, did young people not go to school because they felt unsafe at school on their way to or from school? And so if you look at the data, we broke it out by race, and I think it's important to note that students who identify as Black or African American were 9% compared to our other race breakdowns, which were much lower. So that's an area that we want to explore and make sure that we can offer those students some support. And then you can see for female students, it's slightly higher. So again, making sure that we're understanding this information, not just looking at the whole student population, but when you break it down. In terms of bullying and adult support, we asked young people if you reported that you were bullied to an adult, who did you report it to? And not surprisingly, most young people went to their parent or guardian, which is great, but it's also a reminder to our school leaders to make sure we get this information out to our families and our parents to make sure they know what to do if their student comes to them. And then we had a number of students go to their peers, a sibling, a teacher or principal, school counselor, mental health counselor or therapist, and then some other person, which could have been police or someone else, some other trusted adult. But overall, most young people are going to go to their parent, and so we want to make sure we get that information to them about what to do. An area that's always hard to talk about but really important, relationship and sexual violence. We asked young people about dating violence. If they were dating someone, did they experience a certain type of violence? We asked about verbal abuse, physical abuse, and sexual abuse. About 2% at the middle school and high school level reported being verbally abused. And unfortunately, 1% and 7% reported being forced to do sexual things against their will. So again, having young people understand who the trusted adults are that they can go to. Most people that experience sexual assault do not report that it's happened to them. It's an area as a society we're still working on opening up those lines of communication. So we want to continually be offering information for young people to know who they can go to. And then you can see on the opposite side of the slide, young people physically forced to have sexual intercourse. The rate is 1% at the middle school level and 3% at the high school level. Overall, that's 58 high school students and 9 middle school students. We also looked at, were young people treated differently or unfairly, badly in school because of their race or ethnicity? This is a comparison of our Reading combined rate of middle school and high school compared to the Middlesex League combined rate. And good news in terms of about 11 to 13% said that it was rarely happened, but 5%, 2%, and 1% reported that it had happened. And so that's an area that we want to keep an eye on and we want to look at and see what we can do to support young people. And we have some more data that breaks down what types of treatment people feel like they have experienced. We also looked at this data by race, and I think that this is really interesting. Depending on the student's race, they responded very differently to this question. So for young people, the rates were, young people from white backgrounds, the rates were much lower. For young people who were Black, Asian, or multiracial, the rates were much higher. So it's important to know that young people of color are going to experience the world slightly different than young people from white backgrounds. And so we just want to keep an eye on that when we think about how we have these conversations safely, how we talk about some of this stuff. It can be difficult for a young person of color to have this conversation if they don't feel like it's going to be received well. So we want to open up those lines of communications. And I know that our principal, Kevin Tracy, is a huge advocate for social justice and making sure that we have these conversations. But there's a lot of work to be done here when we think about this particular area. I think this one is the hardest to share because I love our community and we know how amazing our young people are and how amazing our staff is, but we do experience some difficult stuff. And one of those areas is young people personally seeing or hearing racial discrimination actions or language from students, from teachers, or staff. And unfortunately, about 17% reported seeing or hearing an individual being called names, being insulted or verbally assaulted, seeing or hearing a young person being excluded from activities, and also seeing or hearing an individual being subjected to hostile stares. That kind of unspoken body language that can make a person feel very othered. So this is tough stuff. It is comparable to the league rates, but that doesn't make me feel any better. You know, it's an area that we need to work on. We want all of our young people to not have to experience this, and so we want to look at what our climate is and how we shift that so all young people can feel safe and welcomed and supported. We also looked at this data combined for middle school and high school, and looked at another series of questions. Have you seen or heard an individual being threatened or attacked? The rate was 6%. Seeing or hearing an individual being targeted because of a foreign accent or speaking a language other than English, that rate was 10%. And seeing or hearing racist jokes, cartoons, graffiti, or flyers, that rate was 32%. And you can see the rates are comparable, again, to the Middlesex League rates, but we have a lot of work to do. We also asked about treatment related to sexual orientation. The question was, during your life, how often have you felt you were treated badly or unfairly because of your sexual orientation? These rates were lower than for race and ethnicity discrimination, but they're still there. So again, an area that we need to work on within our school climate. We also asked about a number of school stressors at the middle school and the high school level. We asked about negative stress. We know that there's areas that are positive stress that help motivate us, but then there's other areas that feel very negative. And so we asked specifically about these. We had young people rank them. So for middle school, about 26% of middle school students said it was the busy schedule that was overwhelming for them. The high school level, it was school demands. And then you can see that there's other areas that have also impacted them. But one of the areas that's quite low is social pressures. Only 3 to 6% of middle school and high school students reported that social or peer pressures were negative stress for them. I think sometimes that's surprising to adults because we tend to think of their whole world being about their friends and social pressure. But a lot of it is the world we build for them. And most of what we build for them is the schedule, is the demands, is the expectations. And we have some control over that. So I invite you to think about that as we think about how we respond to some of the challenges we face. We also asked, which of the following do you find most stressful about school? Most students, it was keeping up with schoolwork. And then there was a little bit about having to study things you're not interested in. There are our favorite subjects that we often have, and then there's those required classes that sometimes we have to take that can feel more stressful because it may not be your area of competency. But overall, very low rate of it being about going to school. This data was collected when students were still in mostly remote or hybrid learning. My guess is the answer to this question might look a little different now that students have returned to school, and we have some students struggling with that return process and dealing with school anxiety. So that would look a little different maybe if we asked that question right now. We also ask a series of questions around disordered eating. We want to look at are young people restricting or using diet pills or powders without a doctor's orders? Did they make themselves vomit or take laxatives, which is bulimic behavior? And then did they experience fasting for 24 hours or more? I think the area that we want to keep an eye on is the fasting area. These rates tend to be higher, but we saw a huge jump in the high school fasting rate Intermittent fasting has become more socially acceptable, and it's quite popular right now. But we want to make sure that we know that our young people's brains are still growing and that fasting may not be the best nutrition choice for them. So we want to kind of make sure that we're getting that word out. We also asked about anxiety. This is the first survey that the anxiety question was added to, so we don't have any comparative data. But overall, we asked young people during the past 30 days, did you feel tense, nervous, or worried every day for more than 2 weeks in a row? The rate for middle school was 27%, and for high school, it was 36%. When we looked at the data by race, we found that multiracial students reported anxiety rates at 44%, which was much higher. So we also want to think about what might be going on for those students. And then there was also a higher rate for Black or African American students, followed by Asian, and then white students had the most average rates. When we think about mental health status by race, there was a series of questions around thinking about how often your mental health was not good. Poor mental health includes stress, anxiety, and depression. And you can see that for students of color, that their rates were slightly higher. So that's an area to keep an eye on as well. And that may have something to do with some of the discrimination that they might experience and some of the stress that may involve. We also asked a series of questions around depression and what's called non-suicidal self-injury. These are Reading Middle School versus high school rates from 2011 to 2021. I just wanted to give you a little bit of context because these areas can be a little anxiety producing to look at as adults. But overall, the rates for have you ever felt so sad or hopeless almost every day for 2.5 weeks, that is our depression indicator. And then for non-suicidal self-injury, have you purposely hurt yourself without the intention to kill yourself? So middle school, 2011, the rates were at 14% for both, and now they're at 22 and 19%. So they are increasing. That's an area that we want to keep an eye on. For the high school, you can see the rates were slightly lower in 2011 and a little bit higher for depression, a little bit lower for non-suicidal self-injury. Both of these issues require often outpatient support. They require a long-term strategy. For young people who deal with non-suicidal self-injury, it's an unhealthy coping strategy and they need to find a replacement for that. So they need specialized support. We do have access to those resources, but it is an area that takes time to correct. In terms of suicidal ideation, there's a series of questions that get at what is suicidal ideation. Typically, it is the seriously thinking about or making a plan to take your life. So students were asked if they've ever seriously considered suicide, ever made a plan, and did they actually make an attempt. And I did include the 2011 rates just to give you some context. You can see the rates are slightly higher for 2021 for middle school, and around the same for high school. And then you do have the comparison of the US rates as well. I think one of the things that we saw last year, which was very clear, is we had more young people having ideation, more young people thinking about it. There was more suicide risk assessment that happened at the high school level, more school counselors having to make that assessment. Ideation can be dealt with. We can talk it through. So it's really important for young people to know who those trusted adults are in their world that they can go to. We also have young people and adults who can refer their friends, as well as adults can refer students to services. So again, the resource list that we have are an area to look at, as well as the mental health first aid program that we have for adults in our community. In terms of risky behavior, this is an area that I think has been increasing over time, the idea of young people sending or receiving sexual messages or nude or semi-nude pictures electronically. At the middle school level, excuse me, the rate was 19%, and then the rate of having had sexual intercourse was 2%. The high school level, 36% experienced sexting, and the rate of sexual intercourse was 19%. One of the things that we worry about with that is that that can turn into bullying, that can turn into social media discomfort. There can be a lot of other things that fall out of the sexting situations, problems with relationships, with friendships. So that's an area we want to continue to educate our young people on. Our school resource officers have resources on that, as well as making sure that parents understand what to do if it happens in their family. I think one of the things I wanted to point out in terms of if parents are talking to their students about sexuality, about some of these issues. And unfortunately, the rate of parents talking to their children dropped. From 2019, it was 44%. And it was a drop of 13% to our current rate. So that means less communication around this issue. So if parents are struggling with how to start to have the conversation, there's great resources at the Reading Public Library. The Reading Public Schools hosts an annual workshop on the issue. But don't be afraid to have the conversation because it's important for them to know how you feel about things and then also what to do if something happens. In terms of the pandemic impact on substance misuse, what we saw over the last almost 2 years was a very significant increase in adult substance misuse, particularly with alcohol misuse. The increase of Uber-like delivery for alcohol greatly impacted the number of the amount of alcohol that was being delivered to homes. And so we did see a large amount of alcohol access by adults. Particularly, we saw a huge increase in December of last year all the way through to the spring. And so it's important to know that that may have had an impact on what's happening. That was one of the ways adults were trying to cope. Teens had limited access because there were more adults around. So they actually had lower rates of substance use, lower rates of access. So you'll see with some of the data that for our substance misuse, the rates were slightly lower in the spring. I don't think that that's going to stay the same. Now that young people can gather, those rates will go up again. In terms of substance misuse in the past day, we look at the data by middle school and by high school. This is for our Reading rates. Luckily, our current alcohol use for middle school students is quite low. For high school, it's 24%, which is low. If you think about 20 years ago, that rate was 50%. So it's gone down, and we're making strides. Thinking about marijuana use, 1% middle school, 13% high school. E-vapor products, the rates have gone down significantly. We owe a lot of that to the state changes that we've had around the 21 plus law for vaping, as well as some of the restrictions that have happened on companies. But for young people who have become addicted to vaping, it has not been an easy process for them to stop that behavior. It's very challenging. Cigarette use is down quite a bit, as well as RX misuse, misusing a substance to get high without a doctor's orders. We also saw less substance misuse on school grounds. There were less students at school, so that we expected that rate to go down a bit, but we're always excited to see the rate go down. So in terms of drinking on school grounds or using marijuana on school grounds, you can see that the rates have gone down, which is always good. But we do want to keep an eye on what's happening now, because with young people being able to gather, we may see those rates start to rise again. In terms of underage drinking rates, I did want to give you kind of a little bit of context for where we've come. So in 2005, the rate was 45% for high school. In 2019, it was 33%, and it is now at 24%, which brings us much closer to the Middlesex League rate and slightly lower than the state and the national rates. One area that we do need to think about as adults is we're still providing alcohol to minors. And the less alcohol we provide, the less young people have access. And so I just want to point out that 18% of students reported their source of alcohol was a friend or a family member. So we want to think about why that might not be the best choice in terms of if many adults are using it as an unhealthy coping strategy, we don't want to pass that behavior on if we can avoid it. And partly it's because of this, the consequences that come from underage drinking. About 21% of students reported having something bad happen to them by using alcohol or drugs. The rate of young people reporting drinking is 24%. 21% of 24% had something bad happen. That's a large number of young people who experienced a bad effect. So this is why I say don't provide. 10% of young people said they forgot where they were when they were drinking or using drugs. 8% doing something they regretted, had sexual intercourse when they didn't want to, got in trouble, got into a car with someone who was driving drunk or high, got into a physical fight, got hurt or injured, damaged property, or got sick. All of those things add up to trauma. They add up to other situations where relationships are strained, where things can happen, and so that's why we want to reduce underage use as much as we can. This is a substance misuse summary for the high school, looking at inhalants, cocaine, heroin, meth, and illegal drug injection. The rates are quite low, but always an area to keep an eye on. There is a new question that was added in 2019 on ecstasy use, and that rate did go down slightly, but it's an area to be continuing to think about. And then our RX misuse rates also went down as well. We also asked young people about distracted driving. Did they use a substance, drinking and driving, using marijuana and driving, or were they using technology in driving, which can create just as much distraction and potential for accidents? And so you can see the rates for drinking and driving and using marijuana and driving are low, although the rates for marijuana are higher than for alcohol. There is a misperception sometimes amongst drivers that using marijuana is not as dangerous while driving, but we know it slows reaction time and can have impact on handling a vehicle. But you can see that the rates for technology are much higher, so we want to continue to do education around that piece. Then there's a series of questions that we ask young people around. Do they perceive that their parents disapprove of certain behaviors? And is there physical risk from using some of these substances? And the reason we ask that is that the research shows that the higher amount of parental peer disapproval and the higher rate of perceived risk, the lower chance it is for a young person to use that substance. So you can see the rates here are quite high for parental disapproval, for peer disapproval. But when you look at physical risk, there is a misperception that there's a lower physical risk for marijuana use, so that's an area that we continue to need to educate on. There may not be immediate harm that happens from a young person using marijuana, but we see impacts on motivation, academic competence, and a number of other areas. So how do we create a healthy environment for our teens? You know, I like this idea, this metaphor of the pot boiling on the stove. The hotter it is, the harder it is to kind of deal with what's happening. So the more that we can lower the temperature, decrease the risk factors that are in our community, increase those protective factors, the healthier that we can build our safer community. There is a number of Reading Public School supports that are already in place. We have a multi-tiered system of support. We have school staff and policies that support our healthy schools, social emotional learning integration, school-based individual and team support, counseling professionals and social workers, health education in the middle and high schools, substance abuse conversations with our school nurse, a new program for sophomores and with our school counselors, and actually I learned from Mrs. Williams, it's actually in 2 grades at the high school, which is very exciting. And then some of the pandemic funding, which supported new staffing, which was greatly appreciated. We also have a number of community-based support. I'm excited. I'm going to be in classrooms starting at the end of this month teaching mental health first aid for the first time to our 11th graders in Mrs. Hopkinson and Mrs. Fiorella's health education classes. We have our Coalition Chemical Health Diversion Program, which Crystal will be teaching with Mrs. Hopkinson. The program that we've run since 2012 is very effective, but we're working with MGH to roll out a new program called I Decide. It's being piloted in 90 schools in the state, and Mrs. Juliana is part of that process, and Principal Tracy. And that program will provide a little bit more evidence-based programming as well as support for our young people who experience substance misuse. We have our interface referral service, which matches any Reading resident or family with an outpatient mental health service. Our Elliott Mobile Crisis Services, which all of our schools use as needed. And then we are also working with the Reading Public Library on something called the Healing Project. They're creating backpacks on a number of different topics that families can borrow to kind of process some of the stuff that we talked about tonight. So next steps. I know that Dr. Milashevsky will be forming a data committee where we'll be digging more into some of this data. I'll be doing presentations for parents in the community, visiting the PTOs, and then there's lots of opportunities for students to get involved with the data, and that's the part that I find most exciting. So with that, I will take any questions that you have. And how'd I do on time?
Excellent. You did, there was a lot to cover, so it's going to take a long time, but you did a great job, so thank you.
Yeah.
So, great job, Erica, thank you. I just had one question.
Sure.
And it actually relates to the last slide where you talk about, so what supports do we need beyond what we're doing now to do better?
So I think it comes back to who are the people that young people can build those relationships with. And so I would defer to our school leaders to tell you what they need in their buildings. But I do know they probably need more based on my experience. So I would say I defer to them. There are some evidence-based practices on building the multi-tiered system of support, which is a process we've been engaged in for a number of years within the district. It's looking at tier 1, which is for all students. Tier 2, which are for students that demonstrate a need, and then Tier 3 for students with special programming needs. So the more programming we can put at Tier 1, the less students we have at Tier 2 and Tier 3. But right now, we may have more students who need those specialized programs, and so I would defer to our school leaders on what exactly those pieces might be. We're happy to consult and support as needed.
Thank you.
Amy, did you want to add something to that question? No, I have a question. Okay, let's let the board ask first, and then we'll definitely come to you. Sean, go ahead.
So Erica, some of those statistics are obviously very sobering, and I appreciate you putting them in the context of, 20 students in a room and that kind of thing. I think that's really, really helpful because the percentages do sometimes feel small, but these are real kids. In the early going, you were talking about the number of students that participated, and it was in the high 90s, and the
Yep.
number of surveys that ultimately found their way through the data cleaning process was, I think, 85.
Yep.
One of the key things you talked about in the data cleaning process was surveys that didn't have enough responses or enough questions responded to. With the YRBS being out in the world for some time now, do we have any sense, some number of those students who didn't fill out enough responses, do we have any sense that they're students who just sort of found it overwhelming as they got into it because of what they were answering and how it made them feel? And does that give us some indication that some of these numbers might actually be understated?
We typically have a response rate between 83% and 86%. So this response rate was actually higher this year. And we're not sure if that's because they took it online this year, and the proctoring was done online. That was a little different. Typically, they're in classrooms. We have to have computers and all the other stuff. And sometimes students might be in different parts of the building for different reasons. So we actually had a higher amount of participation rate this go around. But there are some young people who start the questions and just decide, nope, I'm not doing it, not into it. And we always let people know when the survey's happening so that if they need to go down and talk to someone or there's something that feels triggering, that they can go and do that. But the proctors didn't report anything significant.
Okay.
Any other, Erin?
First of all, thank you. This was a ton of information to report on, so I really appreciate both your report, but all of your visuals and how you shared it. As Sean said, I think you used the word sobering, like I found myself deeply upset listening to it, so it's hard to hear. So I'm glad to see the data committee will be formed, but I guess part of my question, I don't know if it's for Kevin maybe, but a common theme is that trusted adult, having a trusted adult in the building. And I know that our middle schools are designed such that they work in teams, they can touch base with one another, they can flag kids, I think, more easily in that model. And I guess, listening to all of this, I'm wondering, how are we looking out for those kids at the high school? Like, what's our way of catching these kids so they don't fall through the cracks?
Well, in mental health first aid training for teachers, we do teach them the layperson skills for identifying signs and symptoms and going through the behavioral health flow chart for referring someone. So typically it's referring down to school counseling, which is formerly known as our guidance department, and also to the school nurses. And then there's also a follow-up process that happens. And then there are also a number of areas that the school counselors are getting into the classrooms this year with the new programs that they have and visiting with each student, which has improved actually because of the pandemic, and the style that they had last year of meeting with students individually online actually led to a new process that they're using. So there are a number of ways that happen from the teacher side as well as from the school counselor side. But I'm sure Principal Tracy would say there's always a need for more people and more resources. So I would defer to him as your leader of the school.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the question, Erin, and I will speak to it a little bit in my presentation as well. I think, as Erica mentioned, it's about relationships. And so, how many different opportunities do we have for our staff to build relationships with students? Outside of really a traditional classroom setting, I do think we have some opportunities. FlexBlock, for example. We have a group of staff currently looking at FlexBlock and our use. While we may not launch a formal advisory program out of that, I do think we can build in pieces to FlexBlock, which can really build that relationship. As Erica mentioned, I think the work of our counselors this year, in particular 9th and 10th grade, pushing in, is really making a difference.
And there's also, you know, a major amount of relationship building that's happening in extracurriculars. You know, there's lots of work happening after school, and there's a lot of trusted adults in that category as well. And so I would be remiss if I didn't mention that they may also need some support too. So making sure that they have access to training and support as needed. But I do want to caution against too much training, because I think probably what educators and counselors are looking for right now is as much time with students as possible. So although we may want to start some things, we also want to think about preserving as much of their together time as we can.
Can I make one
Go ahead,
more?
Paula.
So the other theme that seemed to come through loud and clear is climate, and the kind of climate that we are creating for students in our middle schools and at our high school. And is it a climate where all feel welcome and included and respected? So it's not a question, it's, you know, it's a comment on noticing that. And it came through in so many different ways. So I guess I look forward to hearing how we're going to be addressing that piece of it. I know it's huge. It's not something that we can fix quickly. And it's not just adult-driven, it's very, very much student-driven as well, so.
And that's something that came up in our conversation yesterday and looking at the data, you know, thinking about there is a lot of work to be done. There's also a lot of amazing initiatives that are already underway, bringing on our new social justice director. We have a new MECO director. There's a lot of work that can be done to support some of what has already been undertaken in the community. But when we break it down, it's also about giving young people a chance to talk with each other. I think for students to see the data and see that maybe as white students, they might perceive it differently. And so to have that chance to look at it and have some conversation that's guided and supported, I think is another piece of the process that we give them a chance to work through some of this with adult support.
Thank you.
Any other committee questions? I have one, Erica. First of all, I mean, what everybody said is spot on. It looks at it, you look at it, and it's like, there's work to do here. But I'm wondering about one demographic that I think is missing, and I don't think you have it now, but it would be great if we could figure out with JSI or anybody else if we can start to figure out how to add it. Because there's a lot of studies that have shown that a lot of these factors from a risk perspective also tie to special education status. And is there a way that we can try and weave in a question or two that associates some of that? Because I would expect, my expectation based on studies, my expectation based on personal experience as well, is we'd see an increase in fear, anger, sadness, worry, numbness, or frustration in that category. We'd see an increase in reactions to headaches, body pains, you know, systematic type things.
I think it's a great area to think about looking at adding that question, and we would, you know, talk with Jen Stice and Director of Special Ed to think about how to ask that question and see if there's typically we look to see, is there a core question that's already been tested, so that we can draw some comparison data, and then we make the recommendation to JSI, but if Dr. Milashevsky is behind it and he can convince the other superintendents, we typically can get a question on, so I'll have Crystal note that and we'll follow up with JSI.
Okay, great. Amy, you had a question as well? Please step to the mic. I should have asked Kevin to do the same so that those at home can hear the conversation as well.
Let's go into the mic. My question is about those students who have a trusted adult at school. I think it was around 48 to 55% for last year's survey.
Right.
And my question is about what was it prior to that? I'm just trying to get an idea of what that looked like. Thank you.
It typically ranges from 70 to 86%.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's why it was definitely notable, this cycle. And I think it's also compelling because we've heard from teachers and from students that they felt like their relationships were really impacted, but I think this kind of bears it out. Teachers were trying in whatever ways they could, but students, you know, didn't feel as much of that connection, unfortunately. So, but that's an area that we can work on, and having students back in the building already makes a huge difference.
It's a little harder to connect over video.
Yeah.
Right?
And the goal's 100 anyway.
Yes, and the goal's 100. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Okay.
But, you know, it's definitely important to note out that our parents took on a lot of that role, you know, having students homeschooling in their homes, right? It was a different type of environment. So we also want to make sure that we're supporting the parents as well, because they've been through quite a bit.
Indeed. Any final questions from the committee? Erica, thank you so much. Thank you. Very much appreciate all the time, energy, and effort that you put into our schools and our kids and this survey and the results. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to working with Dr. Milashevsky on the data committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, getting back in order. Mr. Tracy, are you okay if we go through the consent agenda and stuff before we come to you? Or
Absolutely, no, whatever you'd like.
Didn't want to leave you hanging out there either, so. Okay, so we'll get back to the normal agenda then and work our way through it. The consent agenda is our next item, and do we have a motion on the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Carla. Are there any questions, comments, concerns on the consent agenda? Anything anybody wants to pull out? Okay, seeing none, we'll go for a hand vote. Those in favor of the consent agenda? Those opposed? And it passes 6-0. Okay, we'll now move on to reports. Martha, we asked you before if you had a report, but you said no, but you introduced yourself, that was your report. So thank you for that, and welcome again. And we have corrected the reports now here too. Dr. Stice is not here, but Dr. Hardy, do you have a report outside of the MCAS results? No. No? Okay. And Mrs. Baton, do you have anything?
I do. I have a brief report that I'd like to share with you this evening. I wanted to point out in your packet is a data, analytical tool that has been created by our Director of Human Resources, Michelle Roach, to report on the status of recruitment efforts. I won't get into any of the detail, but I do think that you'll find this information informative in terms of the progress that's being made in our district and in terms of the status of our positions and filling those positions. I did want to point out, though, at the bottom of the chart, there's some interesting information related to the steps taken to acquire talent. Ms. Roach spent some time taking a look at the number of paraprofessionals and cafeteria workers who have clicked on to our website to look and examine job openings versus the number who have actually applied. And she found a bit of a gap, a bit of a disconnect. So she spent time streamlining our applications for both of those positions. And you can see that the results have been quite successful. For example, during the entire month of September, we received one application from a food service worker. In the first 2 weeks of October, we've received 4. For our paraprofessionals, during the entire month of September, 2 applications. During the first 2 weeks of October, 13. So by streamlining the application process, we're seeing real results. So I wanted to thank Ms. Roach for that and share her successes.
Great, thank you. It's the little things. She's making a bunch of little incremental improvements, and it's great to see those things.
It's making a big difference for our
Big
district.
differences, exactly. Dr. Milashevsky, do you have any update? Okay. Going down the liaison subcommittee, Sean, do you have anything?
Really just a preview of coming attractions for FinCom. Everybody on the committee knows, but Wednesday of next week is the next financial forum. This is sort of the first, big meeting, sort of kicking off the budget season, where we'll get the first look at free cash, first look at projected 23 revenues. FinCom will discuss the use of free cash in the budget for next year, that sort of thing. So, big sort of kickoff to the budget season. And I know we'll talk about it a little bit more later, but there's also some ARPA-related topics on the agenda that will be relevant for some of the other discussions that we're going to have. So just a heads up on that one.
Great, thank you. Chuck, do you have anything?
Yeah, so I have 2 reports. I meant to give, had planned on giving it on the 30th, but I wasn't here. Regarding the RCAS, I keep calling it RCAS, so the coalition annual meeting was on the 29th, and that was, the main event there was to give awards, the Making a Difference Awards, and the Melrose Wakefield Psychiatric Team was given an award. The Department of Mental Health was given an award. Elliott Mobile Crisis Center was given an award, and the Medford Hub team was given an award. And one of the interesting things that the officer from the Medford Hub team said, and they left, but they really started that learning from what our our program for discipline that we put together several years ago, they kind of started using that, and that's kind of, they evolved from that. So I thought that was interesting, and that was a nice compliment to Erica and the group that did that. But that was a good meeting. And the Recreation Committee met, Tuesday night we met, and there was a lot of discussion on adaptive programming. Dr. Milicheski and I had met with Wood End a month or so ago, and one of the teachers mentioned it, and, you know, I had brought it up at a meeting, and I know Eric Gaffin had already also brought it up, but there's a lot of work going on with that, and Jenna Fiorente, the director, is kind of looking for ways to put programs together, so stay tuned for that. We approved a new scoreboard at Hunt Park, and they are actually getting, the Recreation Committee is actually getting money in the capital plan, which I was told that night they've never gotten before, $150,000 to kind of start the Birch Meadow project. They're going to put the restrooms and the pathways in, or it's for a study to do that at Birch Meadow. So they've been working on the Birch Meadow project for probably 15 or 20 years. So that's good news that there's some money going towards it. That's it.
Okay, Carla?
Thank you. I hope it's okay to say this, but Shmurtha, if you have to go and do homework, please. Whenever you want, just step out. Nobody's going to be offended.
We told her from the beginning she could leave when she needed to. So.
I think after reports, we're going to make sure she gets some homework done.
We had a permanent building committee meeting on October 4th. We extensively talked about the water tower, the MSBA process with Killam, the stadium turf, talking about the removal of the track and the drainer on the track and all the other things to go along with that. For the bid to go out on that project in February 2022, construction in April and May, and then it should be completed for the summer of 22. We talked about the Parker roof. There was a Board of Library Trustees meeting on the 12th, and we had a huge discussion about charging stations in town, and specifically the ones going in at the library. They talked about the Director of Equity and Social Justice position. They had 7 total applicants. 2 had stepped back from that. They are interviewing, I guess last night interviewed someone, and tonight interviewed someone. So there's a lot of surrounding communities looking for that, to hire that same position. So there's only, there's a certain amount of people, so then there's a lot of different communities vying for that position. Thank you.
Okay, Erin?
Yeah. The CPAC had a routine monthly business meeting this past week on the 11th. They did have a turnover of the board that night. So I would like to thank Alyssa Scaparati, Amy Stewart, and Laura Noonan for all of their work the past couple of years on the CPAC board. And welcome Kelly, the new board member. And on Tuesday night, the 19th, the CPAC is offering a workshop on parents' basic rights around the IEP. That'll be at 7 p.m. It will be virtual. The code to register should probably be found in all school newsletters. On social media, it's on the CPAC page, it's on our school committee page, so, or if you need it, reach out to me. But it's been widely publicized, and that is open to anyone.
Great, thank you. Sarah?
No report.
Okay. From a select board perspective, they did announce the 7-member search committee for the town manager. They selected it on Tuesday night, well into the night. If I recall correctly, I should have noted it down, but Amy Lannon, the library director, Chief Burns from the fire department is going to be on it. The moderator is going to be on it. The chair and vice chair of the select board are going to be on it. Emily Sisson and Chris Fuito are the two, town members at large, for lack of a better way to put it. So they'll be starting that process here soon. Martha, thank you.
Good luck.
And they also decided in vote of 3-2 to push forward to town meeting for a decision about what to do with the Meadowbrook land. So that will come up at town meeting, the 2.25 million for about 2 acres of land will be a conversation at town meeting.
Is that, I'm sorry, is that this town meeting or
This town
November
meeting,
town
the
meeting?
October town meeting, which is on Monday.
Right.
Right. So next week's going to be a little busy. I think most people are expecting town meeting's going to be 2 nights, so Monday and Thursday, and we have financial forum on Wednesday. So most of us will be in meetings at least 3 nights next week. Okay, so we are now ready. Mr. Tracy, for your turn.
Terrific.
And we're looking forward to what you have for us.
Excuse me.
And your computer just needs to wake up, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me back. I had the pleasure of being in front of you a couple weeks ago, and now I feel very grateful that I'm being afforded the time to come back and give really what are some general findings from my entry plan thus far, as well as what are some big buckets of work that we have in front of us at Reading Memorial High School. And then some strategic goals. I will say that, this presentation tonight will not be a sharing of massive amount of data. It will not be a strategic plan per se, as we still are launching our school council. And this is really a beginning of an entry plan. This will continue on through the course of the first half of the year, even the second half of the year. And I would be happy to report back at midpoints and/or at the end of the year with some progress. Before I begin, I do want to compliment Ms. McNamara's presentation. I do believe that the coalition, and I agree with the sentiments shared by the board, I believe that the data is sobering, but at the same time that the partnership is impressive. And I think a lot of the work that was shared in the last few slides, whether it's Ms. McNamara's leadership, the work of Sergeant Vatcher, Sergeant Lewis, Ms. Juliana, who's of course our nurse, lead nurse for the district. It really is a wonderful example of how Reading pulls together around very important issues. And in particular, I appreciated the disaggregating of racial and gender data. I think it tells an important story and one that certainly will set a context for some of what I will be presenting on this evening. I also I feel that the normalizing of mental health struggles is important, and I've been very pleased to see, both from a staff standpoint as well as a student standpoint, a very outward support for those who are struggling with mental health. We certainly have to take a hard look at our experiences. I know some of you, as you're reading those statistics, they jump out at you, and I appreciate how Erica mentioned, the small percentages can be very big, especially as you think about 1% of, 1,280 students. We're looking at, these are our most important members of our community in the school. It's funny, I looked over my presentation before I stood up here, and I thought to myself, one of the strengths I didn't put down is actually the strengths of the students. And I probably should qualify it a little bit, because having worked in schools for as long as I have, students are the most important person in the building. We know that. It's the reason why we do what we do. But I was pleased to see, and I will be happy to share some of the ongoing work that does address some of the concerns. Relationships are everything. I thought Erica said that very well, and Aaron, I appreciate you bringing that up. You know, as we come off of a COVID year where there was a great disruption, you know, as we look over the last year and a half really, the challenge of building relationships remotely for our staff, as well as for our students, I mean, it works both ways, and it's been exhausting. And I'll speak a little bit to that in some of the work that's been done this fall in trying to transition our students back into what is a kind of a new normal at the moment. I'd like to begin by thanking this group. You know, out of fear of this kind of sounding like a State of the Union, there are a number of people who I do need to mention by name, and I truly do genuinely thank them. The support I can feel. I've felt it since July 1, my first day in Reading, and I felt it each week and each day. Has every day been easy? No, it is not. My job is probably not for everybody, but I absolutely love it. And I come to you tonight positive, hopeful, and energized. Truly because not because we're perfect and we don't have a ton of work to do. We certainly have that. But to me, what we have in our corner is the core infrastructure and the resources to do well. And I believe with the work and supporting our staff and what they do on a daily basis, but also collaboratively, and the ways in which we work in our systems, we will see big changes even at the end of this year. Not all of these issues can be addressed in 1 year, clearly, and I'll make mention of a few of those that may take multiple years to address. But again, I want this to be positive. I will say, you know, any time you're presenting some findings from an entry plan, there's a little bit of trepidation of whether or not you've honestly presented what you've seen. I will say that when you look at the plan that we've had thus far, to me, I've heard the word transparency a number of times this evening. And that is for me what is most important. And honestly, we have so much to be proud of at Reading Memorial High School, and we have nothing to hide. And I think one of our pieces this year will be really looking at some data and looking hard at our programs and what we're offering and our staffing to make sure that we're offering the best experience possible for our kids in Reading. You know, we are a good school. I have absolutely no doubt. We are a very good school. But for those of us who know that good can be the enemy of great, we have a lot of ways in which we can improve. And I'm excited for that. And I think the staff are excited as well. I've been hearing a number of wonderful compliments and feedbacks from parents, different groups. But I think in the end, it will be a full community effort with a number of these issues. So as you look through my entry plan, I mean, I will say compliments to the NEASC accreditation team. I thought they did a very nice job based upon my findings so far, really nailing down what are some key priorities. I will share all of this with you afterward so that you can see. That is a modified link of all of the priorities identified by our NEASC accreditation team. There's some initial staff surveys. I had a wonderful response from all the staff that was sent out over the summer. It enabled me to give some follow-up entry meetings, as well as help guide our initial leadership meetings with department chairs and some of our teacher leaders. The PTO board has been outstanding and has been incredibly helpful with helping me get my legs underneath me and understanding the community, what are some traditions and pride, and really what we need to focus on for the best interest of the kids. I've done my best to try to be present at events. You know, having children of my own, there are times when I'm not available, but I can say that by and large, I've loved going to many of the events that we often took for granted. And I'll speak a little bit about those this evening. We did look at an initial review of some student data. Part of that is the 2021 MCAS data. In addition, I've run analytics on what are our first term, interim grade reports, just to kind of see where our students are
thus far. And I can share some general findings from that. Of course, I've reviewed as much policy and practices as I possibly can. The portrait of a graduate work, which many of you were involved in, I truly believe the whole is greater than the sum of its parts when it comes to portrait of the graduate, and I do think that the process that this district went through is very important. And now I think we need to honor that process and really look for a way to meaningfully bring the portrait of a graduate to life. The last one there, and again, I mentioned the coalition right off the bat, but the partnership with our RTA, whom I'm meeting with regularly, as well as district and town leadership, to me has been incredibly helpful. You know, speaking of the district leadership team, I know last time I was here, I spoke of what I find to be just a very cohesive plan, a very collaborative approach, and one that is also very, and I mentioned again, transparent, because we realize that we have work to do and we're not perfect. And I think as this new team comes on, I've appreciated the hard questions, you know, asking why we may do certain things the way we do. Now, of course, I'm asking the same questions, given that I'm also brand new. But I have appreciated the real collaborative approach, and I have felt the support, and I do believe that our staff feels supported as well. I'd be remiss if I didn't share some pictures of students. On the first page, actually going back, I will say, here's our cheer squad, our girls volleyball team, and 2 super fans that are often found organizing many of our fan events at different sporting events, but also just school-wide events. You can see in the upper left-hand, right-hand corners pictures that I had taken at 2 different evening football games. In the middle there is our band performing at North Andover High School, where they took first place 2 Saturdays ago. Below that, you will see our girls field hockey team, where they honored Katie Bedingfield the other day during a game. And I must say that the students really did that presentation themselves and really should be honored for that. And in the bottom right-hand corner, it was funny, I actually put this in here because Mr. McGowan, who is a math teacher here, sent me this text message because he was so excited that he had this big of a turnout at the first chess group, and there were 3 boards that were not able to be seen. So I thought I'd put a shout out there. I will say that Mr. McGowan has brought many a trophy home in his experience in Bedford at the chess club, so I look forward to bringing some of those home here in Reading. When you look at Reading Memorial High School, the areas of strength are really very clear. And I'll pause at the first one for a moment. But, you know, the greatest strength that we have is our personnel. You know, when you look at the Reading Memorial High School staff, you know, the words dedicated, respectful, caring, positive, and talented were raised numerous times by all constituents. And I will also add that they're a hungry group, and I use that word because I think it is important that we need to feed them. And I don't mean that financially or compensation-wise. I do mean that professionally. I do believe that there are opportunities here to offer more consistent professional development, providing time for teachers to collaborate and really work hard on their craft for the best interest of kids. It's funny, I haven't heard complaints by the staff at all. And yet, as I raise a few concerns, you know, I can see the nods from some staff that they do realize that this, in fact, is an issue and are hoping that it is addressed. I will say that, and you'll see as one of the big concerns certainly has been a turnover within leadership, that, you know, certainly no comment to reasons behind that, but the impact is real. And, you know, that level of disruption over the last 10 years has really impacted staff. And I say that again, I mean, not that staff are complaining, but I can see it. You know, with a lack of systems at times that are in place, some of the support that staff need to really do their job well, removing some of those obstacles. I need to credit Susan, Sarah, as well as an operational team that has just been absolutely outstanding, who has helped remove some of those obstacles. When I look at the first bullet, you know, a number of people immediately come to mind, and many of whom are probably not typically mentioned. First of all, our custodians, when you look at Jimmy, Mo, and Joe and the work that they do day in, day out, they are absolutely an outstanding group. And of course, under that leadership of Kevin Gerstner and Joe Higgins, who is doing phenomenally with helping us really, it may seem simple, but even easy tasks like making sure we all have keys and access to where we need to be. You know, those things are important. Looking at making sure that all of our announcements work in the case of a need or a security piece. So they've really done a wonderful job supporting us, and I really appreciate their work. I know earlier our cafeteria workers were mentioned, but I need to mention Danielle by name and also the incredible work that our cafeteria has done managing what is almost an unmanageable issue. And I know that the district put out something which I thought was very clear, describing some of the issues we've had in our cafeteria. But I will say, you know, with often only 2 people behind the counter and 1 register, the work that they've done to make sure that kids are fed has been impressive. The technology department, which I will talk to a little bit more when we get to the one-to-one work, which I'm excited about, but I will say in relatively shorthanded, they have been absolutely outstanding, not only getting our devices up and running this year to what we need in classrooms to support learning, but we have 12 pallets of new laptops that need to be configured, and we largely have 2 or 3 people working on those laptops to configure them to launch this one-to-one initiative. So it truly is no small feat. My assistant principals, Jess and Katie, have really just supported me throughout my introduction to Reading. Katie being new as well, Jess, of course, being more veteran here, but we've really created a nice team, and I think that their approach to what is really a student-centered look at not only student management, or as some of us would refer to as discipline, has just been outstanding and really changed the tone here at the high school. I can give you the example, you know, Ms. Buckley sent out on all of our behalf an email the other night about TikToks, which of course none of us ever want to think about. But, you know, part of the way we've approached addressing this concern, namely that one of the TikToks appears to be to vandalize school property, namely our bathrooms. You know, Ms. Buckley has met with students in focus groups to try to get a better understanding of why our students are acting the way they're acting, and really try to tackle it from a root cause analysis. And I appreciate that. I think, you know, as we look at ways to combat stuff such as vandalism, racism, I think, you know, calling it for what it is and really saying transparently that it's against our values, and then coming up with a way that we can really bring about a solution or resolution to it, and one that as a community we can embrace. And I think as assistant principals, the 2 have done an excellent job with that. You know, I will mention Mr. Zaya later, and Ms. Drummy. I can tell you that they are unsung heroes, running this athletic program as well as our extracurricular programs. My own immediate group, Stacy and Tracy, Stacy Skelton and Tracy Jorgensen, who are helping greatly with not only making sure I know what is happening, but also helping with the communication. And Stacy in particular has worked on doing not only our staff memos, but also helping with our parent memos that will be going out. The next edition will be coming out in October. And she was just telling me today how much information she's been given by not only staff, but also parents and students to put in that. So in addition to what I believe is running a very challenging job of a main office in a high school with only 2 people, they have also worked on moving us forward in regards to communication. And, you know, last but not least, you know, I mentioned before that it's important to feed them. And I think there are opportunities that we can find here that the staff truly deserve. The work that they put in, day out, as you saw with the context of the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, but also as we know from the last year and a half, in many ways our staff are exhausted. And I think that staff members comment this week in a faculty meeting, that they've found this fall in many ways more exhausting than last year, is real. And I think that in part is them being ultra mindful of what is an academic or some of our mental health struggles of our students, and really trying to meet those needs in real time. And it's a sincere caring for the kids. But I will say it is exhausting, and I think at some level, they almost feel like a hamster in a wheel and just want a way to get off. And I think that in part it has to do with our schedule, and it in part has to do with our use of time. And again, those are two pieces that we'll need to look at. When you look at our middle management, better known as our department chairs, their support and leadership within departments rang true. I can tell you that based upon my own experiences working with them either individually or as a team, their priorities are absolutely right in front, and it's the students first. They are very willing to give up their time, and I think over the last 10 years, the department chairs and many staff have been the through line which have kept this school together and moving forward. When you look at our program of studies, it is a comprehensive program of studies. I think it would be in many ways an envy of other towns. I think we have a number of wonderful offerings, certainly an array of AP offerings, and certainly a number of elective offerings as well that really expand kids' thinking. I think we could improve. I think there are conversations we've had about social justice classes, looking at some of the pathways, marketing, business, computer programming. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. And I also know that staff are very excited to offer those opportunities, so we just need to figure out a way to merge the two. The cohesion among department members, I do not want to point, or I should say, I do not want to give the impression that the culture is not positive. The culture and climate at the school is very positive. I think in general, part of that has been strengthened by departments. And often when we talk about high schools, we talk about the concern of silos and departments and not bringing staff together. That is an area we could improve upon, and I think finding opportunities for that is important. I do think we're trying to find a good balance between academic rigor and creative outlets. And this is a tough balance when you look at not only our typical expectations for students as they enter high school, but really what are our expectations this year as they're coming off of a year and a half of disruption, many without the routines of and mindset of academia that has often led to success. So as a staff, we are struggling with our own expectations, our own pacing, and I think what is most important is that we're doing regular progress monitoring to see if the kids are making sure that they're staying with us and not missing key concepts and skills. With that being said, we did an analysis of the first interim grade report, and we did find that there was a great deal of an increase of D's and F's. And I think that led to a very hard conversation that I had with staff on Wednesday. And I can't speak highly enough about the professionalism of the staff. Having a brand new principal walking in front of a staff and commenting about grades can end up really being a recipe for disaster. And instead, what I found amongst the staff was concern. And let's look at why this is the case and what can we do to improve it. So I really have to credit them with what I found to be just a very non-defensive, supportive approach to what could have been an interesting conversation. We did at the end of it decide that we were going to come up with a 50 floor, which for first term means that a student, no matter what is earned, the calculation would be a 50 on the overall average. I can go in more depth on what that means, but in essence what it does is it makes sure that our students And we're going to accurately portray where they are, either in comments and/or on the report card. It's important for us to have an honest look at how kids are doing. But I think one piece that's really cool is that we're utilizing this data for the right reasons. I mentioned our athletic extracurricular programming under Mr. Zaya and Ms. Drummy. I can't speak highly enough about the many opportunities that we have here. I do think that part of our work is to communicate that better. And in particular for our 9th and 10th graders, both of whom haven't had a typical high school experience, I think we need to look at doing an activities fair. We've already booked it for the first Thursday in November, where we can bring our students down during Flex Block and really show off a lot of our great opportunities that the kids can engage in. Everything from having the pep band playing to having the GSA and many of our other extracurricular clubs there to show off what they do. I certainly think we are a well-resourced district. I come from a different perspective, obviously coming from a different town, but from what I've gathered so far, that especially given this new leadership team, that not only do we have resources available to us, but that we're willing to prioritize those resources in the right way. And really how are they going to impact kids' teaching and learning and their experiences here at school? And how are we going to really work on retaining and developing our staff? Again, you can see a few pictures here. I believe it's we have the boys and girls soccer team. Upper left-hand corner, again, is our phenomenal band under the direction of Mr. Mulligan. And below that would be our Rocket ambassadors during our freshman orientation. I will say that without them, we probably would not have had freshman orientation, which is such an important event. And also I will say that a number of them helped out and are helping out with evening events such as back to school night. We had our freshman parent night the other night run by Lynna Williams and our counselors, which was well attended. And really this core group of students, you can't ask anything more of. So when I look at areas in need of attention, I'm going to address these in kind of a general sense and really on a positive lens, because I mentioned before that I'm hopeful, energized, and positive going into this school year. And all of my conversations and relationships thus far have led me to those feelings. When you look at school culture, climate, and equity, this is certainly not anything that is a surprise to us. It's something that, I had descriptions of it being fractured and unhealthy. I will say that the unhealthy piece, often had to do not so much with the literal health of people, although the mental health I think is important to mention. But it really is about that balance and the difficulty finding balance as you are within our schedule, working hard day in, day out, and really finding very little opportunities for respite. The fractured piece, I think both on a staff standpoint, I mentioned before about the departmentalization of our school, which is not Reading High School specific, but there's also the fractured amongst our student body. And I think that that's something we need to take a look at. I mentioned before that the disaggregation of data based on the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, and it really leads into the second bullet there. The importance of making sure that we have an open and productive discourse around equity, around anti-bias, and around anti-racism. This is something that I truly credit this body. I know we all spent some time over the summer discussing these important issues, and I think there's some wonderful work going. Namely our R-Star teams, we have some student teams, We the Youth, that are doing great work around this. We have a group of 9th graders that I've been meeting with that I guess I could refer to somewhat as an affinity group, but to me they're more like a budding group of activists. And they've been able to kind of give me a sense of what are the perceptions of our black and brown students here. And I will say we had the wonderful opportunity to send our GSA to a leadership conference last week in Billerica, and also to do some training, because I think, as you saw in the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, that is also a population of students we need to be very mindful that we're supporting. When you look at the lack of trust and leadership from turnover, that's just a simple, that's what I have to earn. That's the way I look at it. We've had a number of principals here over the last 10 years, and simply the sheer number and just the disruption can often cause a lack of consistency and trust. Community partnerships and parent engagement. I truly believe the parents here, and all parents certainly have the best interest of their children in mind, but I've been really impressed with the level parents are willing to go to not only share feedback in a very honest way, but also a very professional and supportive way, but also take lead on certain things such as trying to put together some social events for students, but also really informing me on kind of what their perception is of the last few years and what they feel we could do better as a school. Community partnerships, this is something that we've had conversations about. I do believe that there's a lot of room here for internships, especially in this area. Dual enrollment, I had the pleasure of meeting with Merrimack this week. I know that Dr. Milashevsky met with Endicott to look at opportunities for dual enrollment, also look at ways maybe partnering with a fellowship program for staff. As we look at our vocational pathways and our relationship with North Shore, I think there are opportunities there, certainly to provide some additional, maybe perhaps afternoon pathways. Credit recovery is something that we deal with often here at high school, and I'll be just transparent and say the current way we're doing credit recovery and addressing credit recovery is not consistent, and I think we need to make sure that we put in what I consider to be a meaningful alternative to summer school like we all remember. And I think right now we have an online program in Edgenuity, but I think it needs a little bit more direction from our staff and a little more guidance from our staff, creating a little bit more robust courses, and also having somebody here on staff with oversight over our credit recovery. Communication and operational systems. I mentioned this before. I mean, this is something that, is so crucial to us, that we have a clear, timely, and transparent communication. This is something we are going to work on. It's not something that I guess we have to kind of walk the talk. So when situations do happen, or we're dealing with difficult conversations and or incidents perhaps, or just really conveying the wonderful work we do here as a school, I do believe that the communication, the honoring, the sharing of awards at school committee truly means something. And not only to those two kids. I think it means something to our entire community that we are acknowledging the work and some of the achievements, and really it is impressive. Instruction and professional development. It's interesting when you look at our structure of professional development currently. I am very excited to work with Dr. Hardy and a team to kind of look at the time that we have available to us, whether it's those full pull-out days or full-day workshops. The reality is we have little collaborative time. And, I think when you look at your bang for your buck, if you can build time for teachers to work collaboratively around important issues and really give them the space and time to do so with the support, you're going to see a lot of this work move forward quickly. But I think right now, when I look at our structure of professional development, outside of those 3 days with no students, we really have about an hour a month. And that's 2 hours a month if you count the Friday early releases, which and historically has always been department-led professional development, which I think, especially at a high school level, is very important. Whether it be content and skill work, you need to build in some time for departments to meet. So that really leaves me an hour a month. I find that an hour a month is not enough time to really run any sort of coherent professional development around some really important work that we need to do. As you look at the second bullet there, real-time formative assessments, progress monitoring, and student engagement. We're coming off of a year where students struggled to be engaged. We now have them in front of us. What are we doing? When you look at a real-time formative assessment, how are the kids doing? And how are we using that data to inform our instruction and our curriculum and our pacing? And I think that is going to lead into something a little bit further down here in curriculum and assessment. But that last bullet is very important. The differentiation in meeting the needs of all students. We've said over this last couple months that this is our main priority, making sure that we're all in for all students. And in order to do that well, I think we need to take an honest look at how we're supporting teachers and their ability to do so. When you look at, for example, 3 or 4 years ago, the collapsing of levels, it was done here with the best of intentions to increase heterogeneity and all students' access to more challenging and rigorous schoolwork. However, I'm not sure that there was sustained professional development given to the staff to then meet the needs of what are a wide array of skill and content abilities in front of them. And again, it is not a criticism. It is truly a challenge. And it's one that I think the staff willingly has been engaged in. And we really need to make sure we provide them with additional support and time. When you look at curriculum and assessment here, and again, these are, as you look at a kind of a triad of instruction, curriculum, and assessment in a school, these are certainly very important backbones of what we do as a learning organization. I do think that there's some room for growth here. In particular, I think there's some room for growth horizontally, and by horizontally, I mean that at each grade level, across departments, I think work around writing and literacy. There can be some work done around consistency there. In addition, there's some vertical alignment needs. And I think as we look at, and I'm very excited to partner with Sarah and Ricky at both middle schools, but also involve the work of our department chairs and the work of both middle school staff, looking at what is being taught, how it's being taught, and really making sure that there's some consistency and that the students feel prepared as they're coming through the Reading school system, and that we're doing well by them, making sure we pick up where they need to be entering freshman year. I am a little concerned about our data analysis and use. Again, a lot of this comes down to time. What time do teachers have to really look at data in a meaningful way? I think looking at our common assessment use, the ways in which we warehouse data, what data we're collecting, and how we're using that data to inform what we do, it needs structure. But again, it needs time. I think we have certainly the will to do it, but I think that staff, in particular, when you look at the curriculum work that they have done over the last 3 or 4 years, which are presented on our website, there has been a lot of work done in these areas, and we recognize that there's more work that needs to be done. Time and learning. I've used time a few times here, so you can tell that certainly is a piece that, as I mentioned, all the resources we need to be successful. That one is one we want to focus on. We do want to look at our schedule. I mentioned before the collapsed levels, our opportunities with FlexBlock. I have a great group of teachers who are very excited to look at the FlexBlock issue per se, and I don't think it's an issue as much as an opportunity. Right now we use FlexBlock predominantly for academic support, and we're using it for our 9th and 10th grade Wayfinder curriculum, where our counselors are pushing in and really working on the relationship building for our younger students. That being said, I think FlexBlock has some structure that really would help us not only provide the academic, social, emotional support, but perhaps give us opportunities, because we all know that students are as we heard from Smrtha, involved in a great deal. And I think there are opportunities there either before school or during FlexBlock where we can offer our clubs and activities a chance to meet periodically. I mentioned the pathways before. This is our partnerships with outside organizations, but also our pathways internally. When we look at, for example, our math curriculum, how many years we are requiring of math. And we're looking at the different ways that, if we have a child who's very passionate about art or very passionate about dancing and music, do we have appropriate pathways where they can engage in almost a major of these different areas? I think we have a very rich curriculum, but I'm not sure that that coherence of a pathway is as present as we'd like it to be. The access to courses is a concern, and I'd be happy at some point to present about this. I'm nervous about, not nervous is the wrong word, I'm not nervous at all actually, I'm more just concerned about when you look at some of our AP level classes, there is certainly not a representation of our black and brown students across those, and I think if we look longitudinally over the last 10 years, we would see a pattern there. Now, there's a piece to that which I'll address in a second, but I think part of our access to courses, whether it's students with disabilities or our typically developing students, is to make sure that we have that support built into place, whether it's, and I know it was mentioned earlier, Tier 1 or Tier 2, not only the support of Tier 1 in the classrooms, but that we have an opportunity to provide the support kids need. All kids need help. Do we have a place where they can go and get it without that referral to immediately special ed? Do we have an opportunity for a writing lab, a math lab, an organizational support, some social group, a skills center that can actually offer something to our general ed students and do so in a way that is fluid? And I mean that by, students having to go in there to perhaps work on a particular concept and skill and then being able to rotate back out and go into a flex block. So I'm excited about that, the notion of building up our academic intervention programs here. And again, that's one of these, you see the second bullet. Time and learning, I do think that's, again, it's a little redundant here, but I do think it's so important. In particular, how our time is being used to support learning. And, as we look at schedules, there's a lot of different ways to carve a turkey, right? And you come out with, you go to a scheduling workshop and you come out with a 5-inch binder full of schedules. We're not short of ideas when it comes to schedules, but I think talking about our priorities here as a school, looking at the portrait of graduate work, looking at really what we want to have as a final product for our kids coming out of the Reading Public Schools. I think that work is exciting, but again, it is something that probably will not happen overnight. Intervention model, I mentioned already, reintroduce the SST, Student Support Team model. We have a number of functions or systems in place that help identify students who are struggling. Maybe it's chronic attendance, maybe it's, again, mental health, or it's academic concerns. And these are groups of staff that meet regularly to talk about individual students, but also trends and patterns we're seeing as a school to make sure that we are being preventative and not reactive in responding to those. Special education ELL models, I have to credit Jen Stiles as well as her team in really looking at this model. I think when we look at some of the data, we're going to find that perhaps we need to do some work really looking at our co-teaching model. And in particular, what we're doing to support our co-teachers. Do they have collaborative time? Are they given some time over the summer to work in preparation for previewing together the work that they're going to do over the course of the year? I think some training should be offered, and I think we should do kind of a train-the-trainer model so it can be sustained over time. As much as we can, try to keep those co-teaching pairs together because, we find if we're changing those pairs time and time again, the lack of continuity really can give us a negative result. Programmatic reviews, this is something that I think, and I know is something we're going to embark upon, but I'm actually excited about this. When you bring in an outside perspective, whether it's a new person, I suppose, or an expert in looking at these programs, we can only all improve. And we have some wonderful programs here. Whether or not they are to the extent we want them to be, it is a question. I think, we certainly are doing the best we can within these programs. There's been a lot of thought put into them as the students have come through the school system and then have graduated to the high school. But I think we need to look at how we're populating our programs, how we're cohorting our students, whether or not those students have enough access to regular education and full inclusion model. And again, this is something that I know Jen and her team are working on, and I'm just really excited about it. When you look at social emotional learning and support, this is something we've discussed quite a bit tonight. I will say Lynna Williams and our counseling department, I just feel very blessed that they're here. And they're working in partnership with our staff in providing ways in which we can help not only our students, but also our staff who are going through needing some social emotional support. METCO integration and inclusion, I cannot speak more highly of Mr. Martin's work thus far. I think, looking at some of our concerns with METCO, namely the low enrollment, but also some of the accessibility and inclusion of our students, looking at some of his work already, I think just the best probably example I can give you is that for years we have not had a consistent late bus for our students who reside in Boston, which for those of us who have been part of the METCO program for so long, was really upsetting. And so what I've really appreciated with Mr. Martin is he's recognized the need and he's moved on it quickly, so that we are now having weekly late buses Tuesday, Thursday nights to make sure we support our students to do a few things. Engage in all the opportunities of all other students, providing extra help in academics, and also giving an opportunity for our students to socialize and really bond together outside of what is typically and often where they bond together, which is athletics. Doing just an informal event of them hanging out and being able to find transportation back and forth, I think is very important. And I credit him so far on his work. I promise you that this is going to end after this slide. I know that there are a lot of buckets that I'm mentioning here, and I know that I also have some people coming up next. We are launching a one-to-one initiative here. It is not without its challenges. I will credit, I think Julian Carr and his team are doing an absolutely outstanding job shorthanded, but I'm looking forward to launching this for all the reasons that it's going to support teaching and learning. Supervision and evaluation, this is something that we're all very conscious of, those of us who are working in the schools, but I think we need a more consistent system for supervision and evaluation. Part of that is really making sure that goal setting is happening and that we're doing it consistently, and that as leaders, we're building the capacity of those in the classroom to really identify where they feel that they need support, and then be able to provide the feedback and support that's needed. Right now, we have an interesting structure here in Reading, where it is, I will just say that it's challenging. It's going to be challenging for 3 or 4 people to effectively supervise and evaluate an entire high school. One thing I will say is that the partnership between department chairs as well as the administration, department chairs are very excited to start partnering in this work, but this will be a new venture for them regarding more formal supervision and evaluation. The high school transition, I mentioned the activities fair before, but I think, any town you go to, and especially a town that has multiple middle schools, we could do better. And I think just hearing from our experiences of our current students, talking with our middle school colleagues, as well as our freshman teachers, looking for opportunities, perhaps, as Aaron mentioned before, are there ways to thoughtfully group, for example, freshman teachers or a freshman academy amongst our flex blocks even, pairing them with our juniors and our peer leaders so that there's an opportunity for some mentorship there as well. Portrait of a graduate I spoke to before as well. I do think that integration piece is key. Making it a live document, really tying it together with our practices and our policies, and really celebrating some of our successes as they align with that will help move that work forward. Last but not least, I tried to narrow it down to 4 goals, and then I found myself adding bullets and adding more bullets. But I think you'll see consistently within these 4 goals reflected a lot of the context of the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, as well as some of the stuff I've mentioned. Goal 1, foster a positive, professional, supportive, and collaborative school culture among staff, students, parents, and community. Certainly has a lot of different layers. I think in part it has to do with really looking at increasing opportunities for staff to work together collaboratively around their craft. In addition, we need to find more ways to have student participation and voice in the way that school is run. I will say that the staff have done nothing but step up. Since the beginning of this year, when we've had certain issues or we've had open positions, I've had staff step up again and again. But I think we also need to look for ways of building staff leadership. Examining our professional development structure, use of time supports. So this is a goal that I've tried to start working on day one through a more consistent practice of instructional walkthroughs, feedback, focus our instructional work. When we look at what we do here as a school, there is nothing truly more important, right, than our instructional work. We talk about relationships, we talk about students, but in the end, we are also a learning institution. And I think looking at again, I mentioned it before, two individual pieces such as formative real-time assessments, seeing how our teachers are monitoring students' progress, and then utilizing that data in a meaningful way. And I said the last piece already, informing our instruction and curriculum. These are exciting opportunities, but also they fall in kind of a tough context. So this goal in particular, creating clear and transparent systems for communication and operations, including but not limited to messaging around Portrait of a Graduate, our anti-bias, anti-racism work, Project Wayfinder, and other important happenings and events at the school. I truly believe that the town of Reading may not fully understand, as most towns don't, all the wonderful work that's done here day in, day out. And I think, the ways in which we can, as a community, support this work will really help us move it forward quickly. We've already begun review of graduation requirements. We're looking at pathways, dual enrollment. I think we need to look at our student attendance and our credit recovery and/or credit reduction policy. I think that is problematic on a number of levels. And of course, support our SEL goals and work in and outside of the classroom. And last but not least, I would generally put my equity goals first. I'm not sure why I didn't this time, but one of our goals certainly is to look at reviewing the student data, student access to programs, opportunities, ongoing staff report, and student efforts to create a school culture and learning environment that's challenging, safe, and welcoming for all. I think this is something we certainly can all agree upon, but it's also something very challenging. Part of this work is empowering the kids, empowering the students, or empowering the staff. But I think also looking at data and really doing so in a way that is transparent and people realize that we're doing this for the right reasons and truly are doing it to identify students who are struggling and ways in which we can support them. When you look at the three bullets, I mentioned before that launch of a Tier 2 intervention model. There is a cost involved in that, something that I'll be working through with our department chairs as well as district leadership through the budget process. You look at creating internal sustainable systems for student data that we need to collect more regularly, and I mentioned before supporting our anti-bias and anti-racism work that's well underway. And that actually concludes what I believe was probably a half an hour filibuster. But if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Give or take. Thank you for the filibuster, Mr. Tracy. Chuck, you have a question?
Yes, so, thank you. Very thorough, and it was excellent. I guess it would be disingenuous for me to sit here and rattle off questions because I like the process, and there's a lot of good information here. And I guess I'd love this if I could get a copy, or we could get a copy of this presentation.
Absolutely, I'll share it right after this.
And, as I went through it, it's very, as I saw what you were talking about, it's very timely. There's a lot of budget implications here, and also a lot of collective bargaining implications here that I just kind of want to process as I read it. But thank you, it was excellent.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chuck.
Carl?
Thank you. It was really thoughtful, and you you hit upon so many points that I was so glad to hear about. I just jotted down, because we didn't see this earlier, so I jotted down a few notes of things that I was really happy to see, the academic prevention programs for writing workshops and potentially for executive functioning help and things like that. More robust academic offerings on so many levels. You identified supports for vulnerable populations, which I was happy to hear, especially after hearing our youth survey. The MECO, the busing, what a huge piece. And I know that Curtis had mentioned before, just looking at the busing in the morning, because these kids are, to get on the bus that early, they're up at a god-awful hour, and then they're coming to school and they're here early. So it's just a lot of time for them when they should be sleeping instead. The evaluation process, I was so glad for your recognition of the teacher evaluation process, because that has been problematic in the past. And I am looking forward to see how you're carving out time for professional development and all that stuff, because I know as you were rattling all this stuff off, I'm doing the same thing as Chuck is saying, collective bargaining and budget and things like that. So we certainly want to be supportive of your efforts.
Thank you.
So thank you.
I appreciate that.
I have one observation from amongst many, but the one in particular, Kevin, that hit me was your focus on access to higher level courses. And you almost tied it into a goal, but I wonder if that's not a goal you can achieve by yourself. It's a goal that I think district-wide, we need to start from the bottom up and make sure the skills are there from the beginning all the way through to the point where they get to you and to our teachers here at the high school, that they can actually access it, succeed, and whatnot. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are there about what you can do within the high school versus the vertical line you mentioned with Mrs. Shanklin and Mrs. Marchant, but I would say, looking over here as well, it goes further down than that, all the way down to pre-K, and that's part of the portrait of the graduate-related work as well. So
Yeah.
you have a minute or two on that from your
Sure.
thoughts and how the
Absolutely.
district would apply to that?
Yeah, and Tom, I appreciate that. We're a pre-K-12 district, you know, and for me, it's in many ways, I benefit from all the great work that happens pre-K-8. But it's important that we're having the conversation district-wide. And looking at those opportunities, I think, you know, again, looking at data across the schools, but in particular at the high school, you know, I do feel you have to push students to an appropriate level of challenge, and you have to provide the support they need to be successful in that environment. And I think when you look at those two things and you're looking at the academic intervention program, one thing I've launched in the past is something called an Excel program, where students would be scheduled into a class twice a cycle to provide additional support when they're taking a level higher than they'd taken in the past. And that it can extend in science and in math or in the humanities. So I think it's twofold, you know, really looking at our course selection process, how we are making sure how we're rolling out each course and electives to our students, but then in truth, looking at what students are actually taking these courses at the end and why. So I think you're right. I mean, it's certainly nothing one person can do, but I think as a community, it is something that we can really move good progress on.
It completely aligns to our equity statement. So seeing that and getting ourselves in that mode from the beginning to end
Absolutely.
is huge. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tracy.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it.
You want that?
Recess?
Yeah. Seeing that we're 4 elements in, and we're going to take a small recess for bio break if anybody needs it. It's 9:33. We'll be back at 9:38. 5 minutes.
So at our last school committee meeting, I presented some proposed goals, which I outlined, 3 of which I was not very creative and took directly as the sort of recommended goals for first-year superintendents in Massachusetts. And then the 4th goal we added on, which we thought was relevant, sort of just given some of the needs that we feel have arisen, also just what we feel like some of the principals have asked for, and that's a targeted goal around supporting, coaching, developing school leaders. So walked through all of those last time, listened to the feedback from the committee, just added a few small things onto the goals. So if we want to open those up, you'll see those in the packet. I don't have them up here.
I can put them up here.
apologize.
Let me switch it. Supposed to switch over. There you go.
First goal is to go camping in that green tent.
It's relaxing.
Just my luck. Size differential is a bit of a challenge.
Like you.
While that's being pulled up, I can dive into. So you'll see just the small updates I made in response to the feedback from the committee at the last meeting. Starts on goal number 2, which is around, first thing is just shifting the deadline of key actions from October 15th to November 1st. Just given some of the time it's taken us to get some of our goals and priorities set for the year. And then under benchmarks, number 4 right there, you'll see that blue. One of the things that we thought was important, if this goal, which is around also while I am listening and learning as part of my entry, also moving the district forward towards our district goals and priorities. One of the things the committee thought was important was also hearing directly from those who I'm working with on this work. So getting a survey of district leadership teams, so principals, coordinators, directors, central office leadership, and their viewpoints and assessing what's our progress been like towards those goals that we've outlined and the goals that I spoke about over the past couple of meetings. So wanted to add that in, which I think will add a layer of just additional data from those who are leading the work with me. Other piece we've added in around goal number 3, which is around the new superintendent induction program. I think that this goal sort of is a little dull. It's about just my own participation in the program. I think the committee accurately pointed out it's kind of just a low bar on here, be attending and participating. The committee really wanted me to sort of thrive in the program. I think this is one that in conversations with sort of the NISIP program, they said that the program is intended to be a coaching and mentorship program, so it's not one that's meant to be evaluative, so it's that tricky line. But I did add in a few things I think can add some more detail to the work that I've done through NISIP. That is one, my own written reflection of the impact of NISIP on my leadership practice. So share about some of the work I've been doing through my one-to-one coaching sessions, through my NISIP sessions, and also through my collaborative roundtables with some of my first-year superintendent colleagues. And number 4, to have a written reflection from my coach, Chris McGrath, just some of the work that we've been leading together and just sort of the evidence of my own implementation of some of the key goals around NISIP Year 1. And the last piece, and actually I think that's it. Those highlights, the things that I've adjusted are in blue to add on there. So I'll open it up just to questions or comments from the committee.
Before we do that, and we have a motion first, we'll discuss under the motion.
Move to approve superintendent goals as outlined in the memo in the packet dated October 13th.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Chuck. Okay, now question, Chuck.
Tom, you mentioned, actually just mentioned it with Chris McGrath. Will we also have an opportunity, will she be coming back in at all to kind of meet with us or talk to us? I'm just throwing that out there. I don't even know whether we do that or not, but it's all new to me.
Our team will say Chris is around. You might even see her. She's been in schools with me. She's planning on attending part of my full-day visits to RMHS and to Parker. She's at some of our own central office leadership team. She was at our principal meeting recently. I don't know if she's planning on coming to another school committee meeting, but if we want an update on things.
I mean, I think that gives that a little more teeth, that we can actually hear from her. I don't know if the committee agrees or disagrees with that.
I think that's great, I'm sure she'd be happy to. She does tell me after 19 years being in the seat, she does miss coming to school committee meetings, so I'm sure she'd be happy to come back.
Bring her over.
Well, she knew my birthday.
I don't know whether that's scary or impressive, Joe.
I think she got set up, or I got set up.
Sean?
So Chuck, I want to maybe slightly disagree with the framing of that, sort of the process having teeth per se, because I think Tom's commentary and Tom's observation that, this isn't supposed to be evaluative, the NISSIP program isn't supposed to be evaluative is really important. I think for him to get the most out of it, it has to be a sort of really open, transparent dialogue between him and his coach, and honest reflection on things that you're working on and things that, maybe didn't go so well in the first year and things like that. So I'd be hesitant to sort of, I don't think we should go in with the expectation that we're going to come back and get from her something that feels like an evaluation. I think the way that Tom has framed it here around, having her reflect on where she's seen him implement the things he's learned and developed through the year or through the program is probably the right way to think about it. We may be thinking about it the same way. I just want to sort of say that out loud, that I'm not looking for an evaluation from her per se. Yeah.
No, nor was I. I was more just kind of her update on how the process is, and it's something new to all of us.
Sure she'd be happy to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Sean, I'll make sure, I'm sure she agrees with you too. It's that just a sort of update, overview of some of the things we've been working on, discussing, instead of sort of more of an evaluative piece.
Right.
Okay, any other comments or questions? I'll just say, Tom, thank you for taking all the feedback and incorporating it already. And obviously, we've been aligned since, basically the beginning and all the offsite stuff as well, so there's nothing here that surprises us, or at least me. I don't think it surprises anybody else based upon the head shaking that's going on around here too, so thank you for that. And thank you to the administrative team that helped you with this as well.
And I don't know if we're going to vote on both the goals and the focus indicators together, because that's the second part of this conversation too.
The motion on the table is the goals, but we should have a conversation about the focus indicators as well, as noted in your memo. So let's move forward to the goal conversation first. It does impact the focus indicators, but we can do all indicators or just the focus ones that are aligned to this, and that's a separate conversation. Is everybody okay with that from a committee perspective? Okay. So the motion that Sean read is on the table. All in favor of the goals as outlined in the memo by hand vote? All opposed? And that's a 6-0 vote. Okay. So now I don't think we're going to have a motion until we have a discussion. So Tom, you outlined some of this in the memo as well. Do you want to introduce it and your conversations and what your thoughts are there?
Sure. There's a little bit of context too, as I discussed in our last meeting. Superintendents are given the possibility, or even recommended, to come up with a series of focus indicators on the superintendent evaluation rubric as a way to sort of narrow down the focus on the rubric, given that there's a decent sized set of indicators. At our last committee meeting, we had a discussion of if we choose some priority indicators, does that mean that I'm only evaluated on those priority indicators? Or does it mean that those are just given additional sort of attention and I'm evaluated on all of them? And I think we kind of had differing ideas or possibilities of that. I followed up with Dorothy Presser from MASC. Her guidance was that if you choose focus indicators, those are the ones that you should be assessed on, not the whole profile of indicators. So therefore, I think we have a choice, and I'm fine with either option of either narrowing in on the 6 or 7 indicators, which I outlined last time, which I think are the ones that I represent the work we're doing, and I think the committee felt reflected the work that we're doing, or given that it's also my first year in the role, being assessed sort of on all of the different indicators. I think there's value in narrowing in the ones that we feel are most important and aligned to our work, and there's value in getting an assessment across sort of the whole board of all of the indicators too. So wanted to kind of hear what the committee was feeling on that.
Anybody like to start the conversation? Carla?
I think in fairness, those indicators need to kind of flow up to the goals. And in fairness to you, I feel like if those goals are established, that we should be evaluating you on the specified indicators that are moving up. Because our ultimate goal are the goals, right? And how to get there. So I feel like it's not fair to rate you on everything. That's just my initial thought on it and how I've been thinking about it after I've had time to kind of process it.
John?
So in a vacuum, I think you started to allude to it, Tom, for a first-year superintendent, I'd sort of say, I think it does make sense to look at the whole sort of kit and caboodle, and then in future years, you focus in on, focus indicators, right? You focus in on things that are maybe bigger opportunities than others from a development perspective. So in a vacuum, that's sort of how I would feel about this. I don't know of many jobs where if there's 10 things you're responsible for and you do really well on 3 of them and drop the ball on 7, it's a great year. You know what I mean? So that's sort of how I internalize it, and it feels a little strange and a little bit off to me. I will say, we're only 3 months into the year, but I don't get the sense that you're going to have a lot of items on that list that you're going to massively drop the ball on. So I can get comfortable with this approach given our early observations using the focus indicators. It feels a little counterintuitive to me for a first-year superintendent, but I can get comfortable given, sort of what I've observed so far and how good I think, at least and it seems like most of us feel about the goals and the alignment that we have here. So that's where I'm at.
So Sarah first, and we'll come to Aaron.
I think to echo that, Sean, I think, yes, I think getting the broad picture is really important, and just thinking about this and thinking about how I'm evaluated at my job as well, that yes, I have a million responsibilities and things that overall performance, but I'm measured on a few key indicators of overall success. So I think that this does make sense of, yes, there's a lot to just even tackle in year one, but what are those key things that are kind of an indicator of overall success? So I think it does make sense to focus on those specific goal areas.
Aaron?
Yeah, I know last time I said that I felt like you needed to be evaluated on all the indicators, but reflecting on Dorothy's comment and based on the strength of the goals, I feel like the goals are the focus, not necessarily needing to get into every single indicator, because ultimately the focus indicators identified are going to allow us to evaluate on your success on these goals. So I could get behind that as well.
Okay. Chuck?
I agree.
Okay. Surprisingly, I agree as well. I think
surprising.
It's a little surprising at times. I mean, that's part of the fun of this, because we sometimes go at it a
Not
little bit.
fun.
Well, I take a little bit different view of it than what Sean was saying, though. I think, to me, there's a certain focus from a year one that you need to set the foundation, you need to get the groundwork going from a year one perspective. And so the focus maybe needs to be smaller in year one as you're really trying to get your hands around things. And for lack of a better way to say, your team putting the stamp on the district of what it's going to be, right? Going forward, this is where I kind of have the opposite side from some of the other committee members. I would say as we know more, as your hands are around more, as your expectations are around more, then I think the focus indicators, they get larger, or they start to become the whole thing. But this year, I think I'm comfortable with the focus indicators being the idea that we're looking at right now. So I agree, but from a different way, if that makes any sense.
We'll have this discussion again a year from now.
Yes, we will.
That's what you're telling me, okay.
Yes, we will. So I think we have a pretty clear motion, Sean, if you.
Yeah, so I suppose it's a motion to approve the focus indicators as the basis of the superintendent's evaluation for the upcoming performance year, or school year.
Second.
Seconded by Chuck. And so what this means is that when we do the evaluations come May for June, that we will be evaluating only on the focus indicators that were given in the last meeting. So we'll just say, as provided on the 9/30/14, 9/30/21 meeting. Those would be the focus indicators we're talking about. Okay? So any further discussion? All right, all in favor by hand vote? All opposed? And we have a 6-0 vote on that as well. Okay, so now we'll move on to the vaccination COVID information. And I don't know if I have, here it is, so. Dr. Milichewski, would you like to introduce the topic?
Great. So at our 9:30 school committee meeting, we presented a variety of data around just where we feel our community is in terms of just numbers around various things related, factors related to COVID. One thing we were not able to provide was staff vaccination data. So we wanted to provide up here an update of where we stand with staff vaccination data. I want to make a couple of points before we actually dive into the numbers. The first is, this is only by staff who submitted data. So if there's an N, that means they did not submit something. It doesn't mean they're necessarily not vaccinated, it just means it's not submitted. And Y means yes, there's documentation that they are vaccinated. So where we stand with this process now is this was all self-reporting with, bringing documentation to the nurses. We are now in the process of trying to follow up with staff members who are currently at a no to try to, again, ask them to turn in vaccinations, documentation of vaccination status. We have not mandated staff turn it in yet. We have not also looked up staff vaccination data on MIIS yet, which we could yet. Those are things that we're exploring with Mary Juliana. We want to give this initial picture today of where the school community, where our staff is, and then our next meeting in a couple of weeks, be able to share we think, a more comprehensive picture of where we are after we probably employ something a little bit more direct to get the data we don't yet have. Obviously, there's a range on there. I should say a little bit of context too. Some of these calculations can be a little bit tricky to figure out, as, for example, at the high school, it's not just high school staff who's in here, sort of traditional hours. It's also athletic coaches. It's also custodial staff. It's also lunch staff. It's actually central office who's housed in the high school, after-school staff. So there's a little bit of nuance in where staff belongs on these on these calculations. So I'll pause there to see if there's any.
Sarah?
So at first glance, the numbers are pretty concerning, particularly at the elementary and preschool levels. So I guess my question, you might not have an answer to this yet, but given we're waiting on additional documentation, do you have a sense of the no kind of category of, any sense, I guess, of how the numbers might shift? Is it we're waiting on a lot of documentation versus we know people aren't vaccinated?
Great question. So this is not using my strongest sort of knowledge of data, just data practices, but I'm going to make sort of a couple of leaps here. Looking at the high school, the bottom left quadrant, which is, we're at a little above 90%. That's where we feel like we have pushed the hardest. Mary's in the building. Mary has walked around, has asked staff members individually, and I think staff also knows that this is the potential spot where there's a decision to be made around, the masks. Because we have already over 80% of our students are vaccinated, we feel like that's the spot that's probably pretty accurate to where we are. Now, I would be really surprised if the high school is over 90%, and then all the other schools are in sort of the 70s. That would be interesting to me, unless someone has a reason on why that may make sense. But for us, we feel like there's a lot of data that's just missing. Also, in full transparency, we've had a few staff members who said that they're uncomfortable providing the data because they also don't necessarily want to contribute to possibly, being a part of the mask mandate being sort of lifted at the local level. So I think we're dealing. There's some conversations around that staff not being fully comfortable sharing the data too. So I guess I would be very surprised if this data sticks as it is. Okay. But at the same time, I don't have anything to base it off of besides just what we see here with the high school being significantly higher than the other schools, and knowing the high school, there was a more concerted effort to get us up to where we are now.
Okay.
And it did take several layers of push reminders, notifications to get us to that point.
Okay. So you think in the next meeting, maybe we'll have more of an update on data?
Yeah, I think we wanted to avoid as much as possible mandating that staff turn it in. We want as much as possible. We wanted to avoid, Mary having to go sort of behind and look things up. We prefer that people would just bring the vaccination data and share it with us. We also realize that that may have not have got us to where the data that we want at this point. So Mary and I today, we're actually revisiting sort of what's our next strategy. She's sending out a reminder tonight or tomorrow morning to the staff where there's a no, just asking this in the next couple of days. I think we're then going to put our heads together to say, if that doesn't move the needle, then what's our next step? Because I do think, in fairness to our community, to have a better understanding of just where we are with another health and safety metric, we should make sure we have numbers that are accurate and more precise on sort of that no category.
Yeah, I guess I would say, the next subsequent times we review this data, if it's looking pretty similar, I think it kind of behooves us as a board to kind of talk about the vaccine mandate piece of it that a lot of towns are bringing up and discussing. Not a popular topic, but MTA was in support of it. I think the governor tied communities' hands pretty significantly. So I think if numbers, particularly for elementary and preschool, I think we need to have that discussion.
Aaron?
Sean actually had his hand up.
Sean had his hand up first?
Yeah, I don't know if I was first or not. Do we have clarity on how to think about the RISE population in terms of the DESI guidelines, right? I know we think of RISE as a different building, but, RISE is inside of Killam, and RISE is inside of Wood End, and RISE is inside of the high, maybe less so in the high school, it's a little more, separated. But how are we actually going to think about that when we get to the point where we're considering local building level decisions?
You pointed at one of those that's really, really tricky. We've asked a few folks for some clarity on that. We haven't got much guidance, so we're kind of just, we've run it. So I guess to back up a second, one thing we've done is say, should RISE students count sort of towards our high school total? Because they're in the building, right? And that's what sort of counts in the same building, but they're really separate from the high school students. So that's something we're struggling with. The same with the staff, because the staff technically by the DESI definition, central office staff who's housed in the high school building count towards the staff. So then it doesn't make sense if we're on one side of the bottom floor, RISE is next door, and we count and sort of they wouldn't. That wouldn't make sense. But there's also no interaction between RISE and sort of the high school. So that's we think really tricky. We haven't got much guidance on it. We've thought through a couple of different scenarios. So our thought was when we had the conversation with the committee around what this would look like in terms of mask mandates, of showing a couple of different things with RISE calculated in here and RISE not calculated in here, and think about as a committee, where should this sort of fit?
I think the tricky thing for us is, the 5 to 11 cohort may become eligible in the next week or two, potentially. Is the majority of RISE students will not for some period of time. And so there's the high school consideration. High school, we might actually be clear of the thresholds anyway, just given the relative numbers. But, what's that going to mean for Killam and Wood End and their ability to get to, the thresholds that are in place for building level changes to the mask mandate. So that's going to be tricky. We probably need to your point, I think we just need to have a couple of views of that and think through what that looks like in the context of the DESI guidance.
Sean, one additional point too, I think on the mask, I know we brought up mask mandate 80% a couple of times. Also like to point out, it's in the memo too, something in the guidance shares that even if sort of a community decides to lift local mask restrictions, students who are unvaccinated are still required to wear masks. Right. So I just want to put that out there too, that's a layer here that's at play, that would be at play at all levels then in that case too.
Right.
Aaron.
So I'm mostly echoing what Sarah said. I was really disappointed in these numbers. I thought more of the schools would look like the high school. But it also feels a little frustrating because it's not necessarily accurate data, as you said. So I'm curious why you didn't want to mandate staff turning it in. It seems like a very reasonable request, and we, as a school committee, have made it an important data point for us to make decisions about masks and about the school. And I feel like if we're not seeing all the schools get up to the high school kind of numbers, then I agree with Sarah. I would want to be engaging in conversations around a vaccine mandate for our staff, which I was hoping we wouldn't have to have that conversation. I I'm like, these people are in schools. I don't understand why they wouldn't be vaccinated. So, yeah, why wouldn't we mandate it? Like, why wouldn't we just mandate that they have to turn that information over?
Good question. So when Mary Juliana and I met with all of our district unions earlier, we kind of came up with this plan collaboratively. And I think we anticipated that the rates would be much higher in turning them in. We gave a 2-week window. We gave several reminders. So we're not quite sure why the staff turning them in has been pretty low. We also put in that initial memo, we would then be able to look them up in MIIS afterwards. So we had anticipated there'd be a pretty small amount of staff who didn't turn them in. We then could go in and look. It is time consuming on the nurse's end to have to go in and look up people individually. So when we saw these numbers, we were a little disappointed and a little surprised. Looking back in retrospect, if we had sort of just required it, probably would have been a quicker and cleaner process. We didn't go that route, so I think now we try to put it out there to have it voluntary, and now we're in a spot where we have to be a little bit more direct in making sure we have better data for next time.
Thank you.
Carla?
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you two, because I would look at the numbers now and are non-existent in school transmissions. And those numbers would be a big part of my decision. I do not condone, and I do not like the idea of a mandate, a vaccine mandate. I just don't think it's right. So that's where I stand. And I hope we're not going to have to ever get to that point. But right now, we don't have any in-school transmissions. Kids are in school because of our test and stay. We're not bringing in the National Guard to help us with test and stay. We don't have kids quarantining at home for 2 weeks because they were close contact. I think we are doing great as a district. Thanks to you guys, to Mary and her staff. So I think this is all hugely positive. So thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Tom, thank you for that. And I'll say this on that one, since officially 2 of you have asked, we'll have to see what the next data looks like and then have a decision about whether, and then put it on the agenda if necessary based on the data. We can't continue the conversation now because it's not on the agenda, but if and when that happens in the future, you 2 have asked, it's been noted. Okay. Moving on from the COVID data, we're now up to the ARPA funding, and there are 2 updates to come on the ARPA funding. First, Dr. Milichewski and the floating nurse, if you have an update there.
So, and I apologize too, I received a message, it was hard to hear me at home on some of those. I had, the microphone was off from the break for a little while on that too, so I apologize for those who it was hard to hear for a portion of that. So a little bit of an update on the float nurse. We have posted the position. Mary Juliana has hosted several interviews, has a few final candidates that she's very interested in, and she's narrowed down to some candidates who do have some experience that she's very excited about. To hold us over until that hiring, she's hired 5 substitute nurses who she's been having filling in a couple of different positions, filling in when there's a nurse out, but also a few of them have been dedicated to doing some of our test and stay, and then a few also have been dedicated to administrative work as well. So she's been able to plug the gap with some part-time staff and substitute staff until we've hired that full-time nurse. She's hoping to have that settled by the end of next week.
Great, thank you. Any questions on that? Okay. So, yep.
Flash up the presentation.
Yep.
In the interest of time, if it's all right with you two, I'll just sort of fly through it and you can tell me where I messed up or missed something. Does that work? Okay. Okay. So just a quick update in terms of the full-day kindergarten discussion that we started a few meetings back and where we stand with the analysis and research. And then I'll hit on a couple of the key, there we go. I'll hit on a couple of some of the early findings in one area in particular. So We brainstormed as a group collectively a few meetings back, some of the data elements that we'd be interested in looking at, or some of the inputs we'd be interested in looking at as we evaluate whether or not to pursue full-day kindergarten through ARPA funds. And so we sort of organized that into a couple, chapters, if you will, of kind of a storyline. So the first one is why full-day kindergarten, why is it important? There's a literature review involved in that where we look at sort of the body of academic research around the importance of full-day kindergarten and sort of time in early education. We would layer in with that from more of a Reading perspective, a kindergarten teacher perspective on what it looks like in the classroom in full day versus half day, and how that sort of supports or feeds into some of what we learn from a lit review perspective. Look at the current state in Massachusetts, what is the sort of town-by-town status of full-day kindergarten, a particular focus on our peer communities, which we always like to use from a FinCom perspective, and then taking a look at what the total Massachusetts enrollment in full-day versus half-day looks like today. What's the current state in Reading? So let's take a look at, trends of enrollment in full day versus half day. Let's take a look at the data and trends around how many students in the full day program are there by virtue of a special education placement. Our pre-K enrollment figures, so getting an understanding from all the local daycares and pre-K programs around how many students they've had involved, and whether maybe a gap has opened up over the last couple of years, given some of the challenges of COVID in the preschool space. Looking at enrollment changes from kindergarten to grade 1, so are we seeing lots of students come back into the district in grade 1 because they were looking for something different or something more in kindergarten? Understanding the implications for classroom space, that in the past has been a big issue as we sort of saw the full-day kindergarten numbers ramp up as we approach 90 and 90+%. That becomes less of a concern, but we can certainly take a look at that. The revolving fund review, so just understanding the economics around full-day kindergarten. We all are sort of well aware that there's a revenue impact to going to universal full-day kindergarten, and we need to look at what that looks like. And then a parent survey modeled very much after the one that we looked at in the Holliston example, which was around parents' motivations for choosing full day versus half day, the financial implications, a little bit more of, I would say, sort of a post-COVID world twist, because we are interested in understanding whether the ARPA funds are an appropriate source of funding for this, and you need to sort of have a view on whether families in Reading were experiencing increased sort of financial stress as a result. And then finally, assuming sort of all that checks out and we feel good about, the case for universal full day K, a summary of some of the key takeaways, and then a review of some potential paths forward. And I wouldn't, hold us to these three necessarily. I think these are three potential paths. But that's sort of what the overall story would look like. Tom, if you just go to the next slide. So just quickly on status on these, so a lot of these are involving a number of different stakeholders, and some of those meetings and discussions are set up. We've been fortunate to have the support of some folks in town who have some particular expertise in early education, or in sort of the academic body of work around early education in particular, and so we're digesting a lot of that material. Dr. Hardy is conducting classroom visits, I think later this month, to the full day and half day programs, which we'll use to sort of inform our own kindergarten teachers' perspective. We've gathered virtually all the data really on the status of full day K in Massachusetts, and I'll share a couple of quick highlights on that in a moment. The enrollment trends over time, the special education placements, all of that's in place. Developing an understanding from our town preschool and pre-K providers. There's a meeting scheduled. I think that also is later this month, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a meeting scheduled to cover off on that. We're in process on thinking through how to capture and reflect the enrollment changes. And then some of the financial and sort of operational pieces are complete, and we're going to review those as a working group tomorrow, actually. So we'll have good progress there. We've got a draft of a parent survey, which we'll also review tomorrow, and then the last two components really are pending sort of what we find in the rest of the investigation. So that's where we are from a status perspective. A lot of the data collection has been done. I think we're pulling it together and sort of beating up what it means as a group at this point, but a lot of good progress there. Anything I missed or misrepresented? Okay. And then I'll just share just some of the early findings on the status of full-day K in Mass. So Strategies for Children is an organization that has tracked this very closely over the years. And if you look at their data from 2 years ago, there were 38 districts still charging for full-day K in some form or another. Just in the last 2 years, 14 of those 38 districts have moved to universal full-day kindergarten. So taking Reading out of the equation, that means there are only 23 remaining districts in the state that are still charging for full-day kindergarten. They charge an average of $33.52, which is almost $1,100 less than our current tuition. If you look at our peer community set, 7 of our 23 peer communities were charging in that 2019 view. Only 3 of those are now charging. North Reading's our only neighboring community that still charges for full-day kindergarten. And among that peer set as well, you see that the average tuition is meaningfully less than ours. It's over $1,000 less than ours. So we are quickly finding ourselves, frankly, out of step with where the rest of the state is on this. And I think the case just continues to get stronger for us finding a way to get it funded.
Okay. Any questions on that from anybody? Joe?
So this is for the financial forum. What do we have a sense for, or maybe this is going to be a slide then, that what the cost is going to be?
So the financial forum, the structure it sounds like they intend to create is one that is going to move too slowly for us to sort of consider this for the budget process for this year.
Okay.
So I think one of the things that we, probably collectively need to have a little bit of discussion about is, do we want to represent to them that we have a need that we feel like we are likely to bring forward? We're likely to have sort of those answers, more in the November, December timeframe, consistent with the overall budgeting process, and we'd like to have them be open to considering, an ARPA allotment in advance of sort of the broader ARPA discussion that's going to happen over the next year plus. So that, for us to, practically do this for next year, that's what we would have to do is sort of get some agreement at Financial Forum that there's a willingness to explore this topic outside of that longer term approach that they're taking.
We'll find out next week.
Yeah, so that's part of the rest of this conversation is how do we want to position ourselves in that regard? But before we go there, Sean, I think you mentioned it briefly when you talked about the parent survey.
Right.
But it feels like that's our only tie into the ARPA, and I'm wondering if there's anything else we can think of that ties into the ARPA with regards to ELL, with regards to low income, with regards to any other characteristics of our students that are in full day or in half day that might be greater, might have been disproportionately impacted by COVID, right? Is there something else we can tie in that brings the ARPA funds even more clearly into scope that we need to think about?
Yeah, it's a good call out, and I think we can revisit the framing that was in that rule and that guidance.
Yeah.
Because certainly one of them was, people who, economically disadvantaged, and I think people of color were called out specifically. There are other elements that we probably could see if there's connectivity here. So it's a good call out. Yeah, we can take a second look at that.
Just to follow on that, Sean, with the Holliston case study that you used, what did they call out?
They leaned heavily on sort of the economic impact
Yeah.
piece, right? That, that wherever you sort of draw the line for financial support, the tuition creates a hardship for somebody who's above that line. And the sort of accelerated, or the challenges that the pandemic has created, two-family homes becoming one-family homes, the primary earner losing their job, like all those sorts of things have created more of those situations where people are having to maybe sacrifice, the decision to do full day K for economic reasons. So that was the closest tie into ARPA in their work. But I think it's a good call out, Tom, that we can see if there's something else that we can augment that with.
Carla?
How about struggling students academically because of COVID? Right, you can tie that right into ARPA.
Yeah, and so that's actually one of the things that I think the pre-K view is intended to get at, right? So, the presumption being that if fewer students were able if fewer families were able to avail themselves of pre-K because some of our preschools shut down during COVID, and some of our preschools had limited capacity because of distancing and things like that. If the data suggests to us, and it'll be a little bit anecdotal, but if the data suggests to us that fewer students were able to be in pre-K over the last 2 years, I think that'll be another strong indicator, is that we're going to have some sort of catching up to do when those students get to kindergarten from a readiness perspective.
Is there any type of testing that was done that says, geez, the kids just aren't at the level that they should be? Is there anything done at pre-K?
Sarah?
We did have an initial meeting, actually, with some of the preschool providers in our community, and some of their initial testing was showing that kids that were coming into them are looking different than typically would, even kids that had preschool experiences last year, just because the change in their life, not having all the contact with folks that they might normally be with, play dates and whatnot, has kind of stunted some of that social development. And so that's one of the follow-up meetings we have scheduled, is to kind of gather some of that data and some of the voices from the preschool providers in the community in order to help us understand the reality of how our 3- and 4-year-olds have reacted to some of the isolation from the pandemic.
It's happening in the senior arena, right? Failure to
Exactly,
thrive
right.
is the most predominant diagnosis now, and it correlates to children as well.
Okay. Chuck, you have another question?
Yeah, so we may have covered this at the other meeting, I can't remember, and maybe this is for Susan. At what point, is there an audit at some point are we potentially say, that doesn't qualify, or when do they do that? Or do they do it, I should say?
Or if I could just ask a clarifying question, when you say that doesn't qualify, do you mean?
Well,
within
if
the
we
fee?
decide to use it for the reasons that we come up with, and they say those aren't good reasons, you can't use ARPA funds for that, you've got to pay it back or whatever.
So I understand that there is criteria, of course, for the use of
Right, we know
ARPA.
that, yeah.
If we have justification for that criteria. We could check in with our auditors to double check that these criteria are within the specified use of these funds prior to, rather than waiting for an audit after the fact. Audits in Reading, I believe, are done the same time they're done in other communities, which is after the.
Oh, no, I don't mean from our auditors, I mean, is the federal government going to do some sort of check on what we spent it on?
They'll do an audit through our audit called a single act audit.
Yeah.
And those are typically the audits done for large federal grants, like our SPED 240 grant. So yes, I believe that they will be doing audits of that grant.
Okay.
I think that, just to add to that, I think that'll come up in the conversation next week at the financial forum as well.
Yeah.
Sharon, the town accountant, has been trying to be very clear to us to make sure that everything that we have as an idea goes through her, to make sure that she also vets and agrees that it validates up against the ARPA stipulations. So whether it's, Sharon and Susan working together with the auditors to make sure we're clear. But obviously, we have to build a justification that we think will fit that, and then they have to test it, essentially, and say, yep, that makes sense, or no, it doesn't. Now, we started down this path because we heard that Holliston used
Right.
this as justification, and they seem to have gotten comfortable with it, so as long as we can reach a similar bar, we're hopeful that we can get comfortable with it. We
Well,
won't
that
know
was a
until we
great
do.
catch,
Right.
to find that, I'm suspect whether there ever will be any audit or anything, it just,
Bob made a comment I can't remember if it was at a financial forum or a generic FinCom meeting, when he was introducing the ARPA funds, that the guidance in the rule it had a lot of potential criteria you could leverage. It was structured very, very broadly.
Very broad.
And, to give towns a lot of latitude, or municipalities, whatever, a lot of latitude to figure out what did their town sort of experience or need as, coming out of the pandemic, right? Or to address, here at what is hopefully the tail end of the pandemic. So, I think Tom's spot on in terms of all sort of the procedural checks and balances that we'll want to go through, but the sense that I took away from that conversation at least was that, the Holliston type of rationale was not a stretch based on the way the rule guidance is developed.
Okay.
Okay, so we sort of transitioned already into some of the discussion with regards to how we want to position ourselves, but I want to kind of couch it a little bit with some of the feedback I've heard so far, and I think we'll hear more at the financial forum as well. There's a discussion on the table about how to structure this discussion from a committee perspective, subcommittee perspective, whatever you want to talk about it. And the recommendation right now that we'll hear more about in the financial forum is to treat it very similarly to how the override was treated in terms of the select board, finance committee, school committee coming together somewhat unofficially to discuss and think about ideas and then come up with a process that, for lack of a better way, stack ranks those ideas and then push those forward as necessary. So we'll hear more about that as we meet next week. But one of the things there that Sean alluded to before as well is the plan right now, draft plan, and it might be adjusted before next week, is for some discussion to happen leading up to April town meeting to form the structure, not to form the choices, and then have the structure go a little bit further and work towards things in the space of what those choices might be. So to Sean's point before, that might mean that we might not be making decisions as a town on ARPA funding until next summer or the 2023-2024 budget year as opposed to the 2022-2023 budget year, which materially impacts this. So I wanted to see from a committee perspective, obviously we can discuss it at the financial forum as well, but I wanted to see if we had a view that we would like to push this forward a little faster from this perspective, and then we can advocate and have that conversation on the financial forum as well as a collective from a committee perspective already. So that's the framing of the conversation, and I'm curious for feedback from the rest of the committee.
I guess unless you know more than you're saying, I'd like to hear what they have to say on, and make a decision from that, I think. I mean, after the financial forum, right? I mean, it may or may not be reasonable, we don't know. Or at least I don't know, maybe you know more.
I don't know if it's reasonable or unreasonable. We put our work together to come to this point, and so I wanted to make sure that there's some momentum here from our perspective. I don't want to lose the momentum, but I also want to respect the process, right? So I have to balance those two, for lack of a better way to say it. And in my head, I'm thinking the momentum that's been built for this, and the further down the path we get from the end of COVID, if there is such a thing, the impact becomes less and less and less. And I would think we'd be better off trying to put something to say, we want to start the 2022-2023 school year in a place with this space if we can. And if we wait too much longer, we're going to go past budget season and we're going to be at this point where we don't even know what to tell our parents, right? And so that's why I'm trying to balance the aggressiveness with the reality and see what the committee's thoughts are. Erin?
I'm all in for being aggressive. I think this is an urgent need in our district. I think we are long past due for it, and it's only exacerbated by the pandemic. I think this is an opportunity, and I agree with you. We have the momentum. I appreciate the legwork that the three of you have done here, and I would like to see us get this implemented for the next school year.
Any other thoughts?
So just aside, something to consider for our discussion next week with FinCom, aside from the sort of merits of, getting to universal full day K as quickly as possible and that sort of thing, we also have to consider that the way the ARPA funds are structured is that there's I always forget which year it is, but there's a year where you can stop, where you can no longer use them. And we're going to have a path to sustainability for this, right? And so the fewer years we have to do that, the more difficult it is to create a path to sustainability. So there's merit there as well.
So the money has to be committed by the end of October 2024 and has to be spent by the end of the year 2026.
Right. So you're right, so you get to a place where you only have basically a 3-year glide path you can work with versus a 4-year glide path if we can't implement for next year.
What's Holliston's glide path? Are they?
I believe it's 4.
4 years,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, they're ahead of us. They did more work over the summer than we
Right.
did.
We're fast followers.
We are fast followers, yes, using strategic terms.
I guess all I was saying was, I think we need to, I guess I don't want to take a preemptive strike at the FinCom. I
Yep.
want to hear what they have to say
Yep.
first and then present. That, I guess maybe that's less aggressive, but it's not aggressive. So.
No, yeah, I guess I wasn't trying to say we're going to preemptive strike necessarily. I'm just, we obviously have to hear the plan, we have to think about the plan. It has to be considered. There's a lot here, right? You don't just spend $7.6 million at the drop of a hat. You have to make a very strategic decision, you have to think about it, look at the impacts, look at things like glide path, like Sean says. But again, like we built this momentum, so as we listen to that, as we digest it, I didn't want to go in the chair seat and say, this is what the committee wants to do, without having the committee having a conversation, if that makes sense, right? So I think what I'm hearing is some of us want to aggressively move. We generally want to move in this direction, but we'll listen to the timelines and try and work appropriately within the timelines as much as possible. Is that fair?
Yeah, I
summary?
agree, yeah.
Okay, all right. Is there a question?
Did you have
Jeff? He is on the FinCom, so.
Jeffrey Corum, Ridge Road, also member of FinCom. I just wanted to cut what you said basically about the have to decide. I think it actually has to be encumbered by the fall of 2024. So I think, even if you think you're going to spend it on kindergarten, you have to encumber it, which I think is further along the process than deciding you want to spend it for the next 2 years for kindergarten. So there's a little less flexibility in
So
trying to
just
use that ARPA money for full day kindergarten.
Jeff, is it fair to say layman's terms has to be locked in, encumbered? I mean,
Yeah,
you
right,
can't spend it
so-
on something else. You're making a decision, a hard decision that you can't back away.
Well,
Is it more than that?
maybe
Or maybe
Susan can speak
add
more.
to that, too.
So Sharon Engstrom, the town accountant, used the specific word encumbered, which
Okay.
I think means, like you also have to have the contract signed that you're going to pay something. Not that you're like, oh, we'll spend it next year on kindergarten because you haven't signed all the contracts to make those payments. But just, we'll see more next week at the financial forum.
Okay. Susan, do you have any insight on that from your perspective?
We don't encumber salaries for future years. I would be interested in speaking with Sharon about the federal term encumbered. I mean, we could obligate, for the future, certain funds. I don't know if that will be enough for the guidelines, for us to meet the guidelines. But Sharon and I can certainly talk about that and gain clarity.
Okay, it'd be good.
I'd be happy to do that.
That's a very
good
big point of information there, Dr. Corum, so thank you for that. Okay, so, ready to move on?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have an order change here. So Sean, do you have a motion for us?
What are we doing, MCAS?
Yes.
Yes. Move to take out of order item E3, MCAS result review.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. You want to do it from up there? I have it if you want me to do it here.
I can stand at the podium,
Okay.
if that's okay, so I can look at you.
Okay.
Need a second? Give me a second.
Do we, oh yeah, sorry, do we have a second? Second from Carla? All in favor by hand vote? All opposed? And it passes 6-0. It's up there, but they don't have the clicker for that. If I take this over, I can do next for you. Unless you want to present from up there, yeah, but then nobody will hear you because there's no microphone there.
Wrap your tie around the head.
I can get it up there, but you can't, there's no clicker. So you'd have to sit there and go click, click, click.
sit there and manually click.
But I could also just do this.
I mean, Tom can just do it
I gotta
from
just do it
his
here.
computer right here.
Yeah.
And he can advance for you. Does that
We're
work?
ready to advance for you.
Tom, you're going to click through?
Yep.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Excellent. I'm here this evening to present to you an overview of the MCAS results from spring 2021. This is the first time in 2 years that we've had an MCAS presentation because, as you may remember, in 2020, MCAS was not administered. So I'm excited to share the results with you. They present to us some information to consider for our continued work as a district to ensure that we are providing an excellent education for all of our students. I want to start by quickly setting the context for these results because I do think it is important. I think it's important for us to remember that we have been educating our students for the last year and a half or so during a pandemic. And it's very relevant to what we're going to talk about tonight. As you remember, in spring 2020, we had an abrupt closure to school, an abrupt shift to remote instruction, which was brand new to every single one of us. And then in the 2021 school year, a hybrid model was introduced, again, brand new to our students, our staff, and our families. At other points during last school year, there were also transitions to other instructional models as things were changed over the course of the year. So it was a disruptive school year in the sense that everybody was learning. Amazing work happened here in Reading that we should be very proud of. How our educators and our families responded to the need to provide a very different instructional model. However, that shift did require our staff to think about what are foundational standards to moving our students along to the next grade level, and certainly test prep was not one of our priorities last year, as it should not have been. But that is an important context to keep in mind. One other little piece of information just to keep in mind, that 2021 administration of MCAS did look different from previous years. The most notable difference is that students participated in only about half the amount of items that they normally would participate in. And as you know, assessments like MCAS they're tested by the people who create those assessments, and they are, the length of assessment is what's appropriate to really get a good picture of where students are at. So instead of students taking 2 sessions, which is really what we want to see, to look at to have a reliable assessment, students only took 1 session, and students either took session 1 or session 2. So the results that we're looking at, even though they're all combined, students were actually answering different questions. I think that's important to keep in mind. Also, the testing windows were different, so the spots where we would normally assess our students, they were not assessed during those times. They were assessed at other points in the school year. So. Thank you for that question. The question was about if the students had multiple choice or open response. From what I understand, we were not allowed to look at the tests, but from what I understand, students have access to all types of questions. And that's usually how the sessions work, that there'll be responses, there'll be a mix of responses types in both sessions. Okay. And just as a reminder that we gave Next Generation MCAS, our most current version for math and ELA to grades 3 through 8 and grade 10, and then the science, technology, and engineering at grades 5 and 8. The science, the biology MCAS that was given at grade 10 is still the legacy. So you'll see as we go through that some of those results also are not provided for the biology at grade 10 because it was not a graduation requirement, and so DESE is not reporting some of those results. Okay. I want to start this by kind of providing a context for our state, and I think it's important to start with that. We knew that the pandemic was going to impact MCAS results. For the very simple reason that we know how important the instruction we provide to our students is in their progress. Because it was disrupted, we didn't expect students to make the same progress. Across the state, we saw a decline. And when we look at talking about how our students performed, one of the ways we can do this is to talk about students that were meeting or exceeding expectations. If you recall, there's kind of 4 categories that students can fall into. exceeding expectations, which is students performing above grade level expectations, meeting expectations, students that have actually met the grade level expectations. We could also have students partially meeting expectations, and partially meeting those grade level expectations, and then students who are not meeting expectations, so they're performing below that grade level expectations. So those are the 4 areas we could have students falling in. We tend to think of those top 2, the meeting expectations and the exceeding expectations. We want our students to fall. We would love to see all of our students in exceeding expectations, but it's really those top 2 categories that we're looking for. And that's why here I've combined that data for you to help you understand the changes to students that are meeting and exceeding expectations. State did see a decline in ELA and also in math, but the decline in math was very significant. What you're looking at here too is we're going to look at our results grouped by grades 3 and 5, and then we're going to look at our grade 10 results. This is how the Department of Ed also presents the data to us. So context across the state, the bright light, kind of the silver lining here is that grade 10 on ELA actually showed an increase in performance, that more students performed at the meeting and exceeding expectations. So 3 percentiles higher than in 2019. Okay. So let's take a look at Reading. You'll see Reading that we follow some of these trends. Again, we also saw a decrease in ELA for our grades 3 through 8. We, as well as the state, saw a significant reduction in our students' achievement in math, grades 3 to 8. Similar to the state, our 10th graders performed better on ELA than they have in the past, quite significantly than previous years. So it's nice to have a silver lining. And our 10th graders did show a decline in math, not as significant as grades 3 to 8. So when we look at Reading compared to the state, you will see that although the overall trend statewide is matched in Reading, in each category, Reading still outpaced the state, as we should be. I want to show you, so thinking about the context to shrinking in a bit, we started right here talking about the state. Shrinking in just to look at Reading. In most years, we would spend time doing a lot of comparisons this year to last year. And obviously, given the context that I started with, comparing 2021 to 2019 is risky. It's comparing apples to oranges. However, it does give us context. And so I do think it is important to take a look at how our students fared in 2019, how they fared in 2021. It helps us kind of understand the context. Let's go into this. So what I decided to show you here was to break it out by the 4 categories instead of just grouping the 2. Because one of the things we do look at is the difference between students who are exceeding, meeting, partially, and our students who are not meeting expectations. It does give us information. So when we look at the ELA scores for grades 3 through 8, we see that we did have students in our highest achievement decrease, and then also students that were meeting expectation decreased. And of course, that's paired on the other end with partially meeting students, more students in that category, even more students in the not meeting expectations. Results like this call our attention and our concern, because we're seeing, especially in that not meeting in our lowest achievement group, that we're seeing more students fall into that. While the changes in ELA were a few percentiles, the changes in math were much more significant and concerning when we look at our students in grade 3 to 8. Remember that our overall decrease was 15 percentile points here. Let's just take a peek at how it broke out across these 4 achievement areas. We saw our students that exceeded expectations drop by 6 points, and our students meeting expectations dropped by 9. Students partially meeting expectations went up by 8 points, and not meeting expectations went up by 6. This is one area I did want to share with you, our student results on the science, technology, and engineering. So this is for grades 3 and 5. Overall, we lost 7 points in the students that were exceeding expectations or meeting expectations. And here you can see, it's actually interesting, we actually had more students in the exceeding expectations category than in years past, just by 2. But then we saw a change of 9 in the students that were meeting expectations. Grade 10, again, this is our bright spot in the data. We saw an increase of 14 points in the exceeding meeting, and you'll see that it actually all shows up in the exceeding. Our meeting actually stayed the same, but what we showed is we were able to bring students that we weren't before into that exceeding, which is, I think, a really interesting data point and surprising, but we'll take the good news. In math, even though our 10th graders did show a decline, it was not as significant, nearly as significant as the grades 3 through 8. And so you can see here again that exceeding expectations dropped. The exceeding expectations dropped, but the meeting expectations actually went up a little bit. Okay. Thank you. I want to focus us in on one more level down, drilling into this data. I want to take a peek at some of the subgroups. So as you may know, we also take a look at the data based, we look at different categories of students, and we look at how they performed in comparison to the average. And this just helps us really understand if there are groups of students in our schools we're not meeting their needs. I want to just point out, too, that you're going to see a slight difference in what I'm reporting out to you for grades 3 and grades 10. And that's because if we don't have at least 10 students in any given category, then DESE does not report out for that group. It's just to maintain the confidentiality of those students. I will tell you right up front, there is a significant difference in the achievement of our high-need students, our academically disadvantaged students, our African American and Black students, and our Hispanic students. Just to clarify one vocabulary piece there, high-need students, that's a term the Department of Ed has created, and it refers to, it's kind of a group of the subgroup. It's our academically disadvantaged, our L students or former L within the past 2 years students, and students with disabilities. And so they really are the most vulnerable students in our district. So taking a look at grades 3 through 8, starting with ELA, remember when we looked at all of our students, meeting or exceeding expectations was at 64%. Look at the subgroups here, students with economically disadvantaged, only 39% of them scored in those 2 categories. Students with disabilities, only 25% of them scored in that category. When we look at that high needs group, which we know encompasses a lot of these students in the subgroups, only 33% of them scored meeting or exceeding expectations, compared to 64% of all of our students. Moving over to math, all of our students scored 49%. And again, economically disadvantaged, only 15%. Students with disabilities, 14%. In that high needs, that larger category, 18%. EL students pop up here, only 5%. I also wanted to call your attention in both categories to the race and ethnicity results. I think that these are important to note. On ELA, African American and Black students, 32%. Our Asian students, 74%. Hispanic and Latino, 41%. Multi-race and non-Hispanic Latino, 63%, and white, 65%. Moving over to math, looking at similar results, African American Black is 21%, Asian at 59%, Hispanic and Latino at 23%, multiracial non-Hispanic Latino 48%, and white 50%. So looking at next at the high school, again, our bright spot here, 84% of our students meeting or exceeding expectations. But even there, our economically disadvantaged students were stuck at 69%, students with disabilities at 41%, high needs students 51%, Asian students 84%, and our white students 86%. In math, again, our performance here was stronger at the 10th grade level than at our 3 to 8. 72% of all our students meeting or exceeding, but economically disadvantaged, 46 students with disabilities at 23, our high needs at 32, Asian students at 100%, and our white students at 72%. I want to note, too, that looking back at 2018 and 2019, these are similar trends that our data has been showing. So these are not brand-new trends. We did see, a dip in some of these categories that were slightly more than the dip across all students, and in some there wasn't. The dip was not as great. But overall, this is a trend that has been going on in our district. This isn't something new or something caused by the pandemic. Tonight I've presented you with just a small snapshot of the results available. For anyone who's perused the Department of Ed site, you know that there is a lot of data out there. We also have access through analytics to even more results. We did take some time with our district leadership team to review overall district results. And so what I want to just spend the last few minutes chatting with you about is just kind of what are we doing with this? What are our next steps? Because I think that really is the question. This type of data is most helpful to us in figuring out what areas we need further investigation, what questions we need to ask, and where we need to dig deeper. So when we worked with our district leaders, we also identified some ways that we wanted them to continue to dig into this data. So our school-based teams will be disaggregating by grade level and subgroup at each of their buildings. Our curriculum leader will also dive into some of the performance by standards. As you know, there are reports we can run that look at student performance at particular standards. That work will be done by curriculum leaders. Additionally, what we've identified as a central office team and with our district leadership team are areas and questions and concerns that actually are framed around the acceleration roadmap, which is a document from DESE that we are using this year to help us guide our work around looking at how we bring our students from where they are now and getting them ready to learn and to work at grade level standards. So specifically, things we've identified is we need to examine student family belonging in our schools. We need to review our current systems for monitoring learning and identifying additional systems that are needed. We also need to examine student access to grade level standards with just-in-time scaffolding. I also want to point out that a lot of the work and the conversations that have come out of reviewing this data connect with the district improvement efforts that we've already outlined for you and the priorities that we've established. In particular, some of the things that we've identified that we are happier in our priorities and now for us are even highlighted as essential is looking at our special education program structures. Additionally, Tier 1 instruction alignment to standards. Tier 1 and Tier 2 instructional supports are something that we need to dig into. And then partnerships with families that support learning. I believe that's an area to address as well. And then, of course, professional development structures and planning are all essential. I want to just conclude by saying that there are pieces in this data that are dismaying, that definitely do not reflect, I think, the standards that we expect for our students in Reading. I give that context of the pandemic not as a way of making excuses, but I do think that understanding why our students perform this way is really important in us moving ahead and knowing that going forward we're going to see higher achievement and growth from our students. I also wanted you to keep in mind that this is only one piece of information about what our students and staff accomplished last year. And it's situated in that larger context of the many things we did to support the health and well-being of our students. And certainly while we will strive to improve academic excellence in this district, we also want to acknowledge that for some of our students and staff last year, the focus was on their health, their mental health, and their physical safety. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have about this data or my presentation.
Great, thank you, Dr. Hardy.
Dr. I just want to add one thing. Thank you so much. I want to add one thing, too, is that we talked about district-level data tonight. Families should be receiving their individual reports, student reports, in the next day or two. They were all mailed out earlier. I apologize for the delay. We were working through a few logistical and operational things to get them out and make sure they went to the right places. So I apologize for that delay, and that you should be receiving those, families should be receiving those shortly. And hopefully this gives you a bit of context to help you understand what you'll be receiving. So, thank you.
Great. Erin.
Thank you, Sarah. It's late, and you gave a wonderful presentation. I agree, there's a lot to unpack here. And I said this previously to Tom, but I appreciate the acknowledgement that this is not a rosy picture. But I also understand that in a lot of ways, it's hard to compare last year's MCAS to any other year because it was so unique in the circumstances. One thing that I had observed, I think it was on the DESE website, we had some pretty stark differences between schools. So I know you said that school-based teams will be digging in, but what about horizontal alignment across the district? Because that was really glaring for me.
Yes. Thank you for raising that question. While we certainly are taking a look across our schools and individually at our schools, one of the things we were really cautioned by when the Department of Education met with superintendents and assistant superintendents to release this data, they cautioned us against comparisons across schools, just because that student level data is not as reliable, and that the data was best looked really from at the biggest scale as possible. And that those school level comparisons, they felt, would not really provide us with what we were looking for. The other piece of it too is that we understand that, every school last year did their very best to implement this assessment and to implement the curriculum as they live through hybrid instruction and whatnot. What we want to do in our district is really create an environment where we are asking questions, where we're looking at perceived differences, and we're drilling down and figuring out what's going on there. We definitely want to make sure that the student experience is the same, regardless of which elementary school they go to, regardless of which middle school they go to. And so that is work that we definitely take on as a central office team looking at. For our purposes tonight, to start comparing school against school didn't feel like a good use of the data, or really, to be honest, a good use of how we're going to move forward initially with some of these things that align with our district goals.
Sarah?
To follow up on that line of thinking, I think while the scores are certainly dismaying, to your point, Sarah, it's been a downward trend prior to COVID as well. So I think the eternal optimist, I think taking COVID as an opportunity, this was the kick in the butt we might have needed in a lot of ways to really analyze where our learning gaps are and ensuring we address them. So you've kind of outlined what the next steps are. Can you speak a little bit more about the timing of it? Skills build year over year, particularly on ELA and math. So things that maybe didn't get taught last year effectively, the concern being, waiting to address them too late into this year.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Erin. It's great. Sarah, sorry. Well, so I mentioned the acceleration roadmap, that's something that we are really trying to leverage as a district, something we're using with our building leaders, something we're having them use with their staff. And what it is a way of framing kind of where we're at and what needs to happen. So instead of taking a step back and just saying our students didn't learn certain things, we need to remediate. What we're doing instead is saying, where do our students fall down in meeting those grade level standards? And how do we teach to those grade level standards while pulling them along, instead of backing up the train? So instead of saying like, okay, our third graders clearly missed a number of things in second grade, so we're going to back up and teach a second grade curriculum. We don't believe that that's the best approach, because then the students will stay behind. So instead, what we're looking at is kind of a way of accelerating learning by figuring out where our students are in relation to those grade level standards. So for example, like the common assessments that we have in place, the data that we're gathering, to say how close are we, where are the gaps in our students' learning, and how do we in the moment teach those to bring students along. I can give you an example. When Dr. Milichewski and I visited Coolidge Middle School, I had the opportunity to be in a math classroom. And I came in and the teacher was working on an activity that had to do with the order of operations, one of our favorites, I'm sure, from middle school. And she said to me, this isn't typical for sixth grade, but I'm launching into this other concept next week. And I realized that students didn't have the background in this that they needed to meet that grade level standard that we're going to be working on. So I took today to reteach this, to reinforce it, to make sure they're ready to dive into those grade level standards as we head into them next week. So that's an example of how we will try to accelerate learning. So instead of just remediating, we look at where it is we want our students to be and figure out where those gaps are.
Any further questions? Just one that jumps out, it's not even really a question, it's more of an observation. Looking at the subgroup numbers, it makes it clear that our equity goal is so very, very important. Everything that we put on that from our vision as a collective group, from an administrative team, school committee, RTA, principals, we're all behind it. And so seeing that gap close is something that's critical for all of us. I'm looking forward to it 2, 3, 4 years from now. It's not going to happen in 1 year, but where we start to see that those numbers change. And you said it's a trend. It's not a 1-year blip. It's something we've seen for a long, long time. So thank you, Sarah, for the time and for the effort to pull that together. I made the same observation Aaron did about some school-related stuff. Dr. Milichewski and I talked about it a little bit earlier today. And I think there is something there. I know we don't want to necessarily point at certain schools, but we also have some long-term trends between schools that is not COVID-related as well, that we need to continue to dive into and pull out. So the process you guys are going through, I applaud and thank you for doing that, and the focus on excellence and execution and learning. I just want to continue to thank you for that, and we're looking forward to seeing the progress.
Thank you. I appreciate both of those comments. Thank you. I want to just add, in regards to the subgroups, we see this opportunity, but there are a group of students that have been underserved in our schools. If we want to raise our achievement levels, focusing on those groups is an easy way to do it, because we know that if you look at those percentages, when we average those students in, this is part of why our schools are not as successful as we want. And so focusing our work in those areas, I think, will pay off for us.
Yep, it ties back to what Mr. Tracy said earlier today too, in terms of getting kids into those classrooms. You've got to foundationally establish that foundation to get them in that classroom.
Right. So. I have a couple of follow-up comments on that too. One being on the school-to-school piece. I think the districts that start to move the needle are ones that get principals and staff into each other's schools to talk about what's working in one school, that we can replicate that practice, and what are some areas that are pain points in one schools and we can learn from each other. And I think we have principals who are very eager to sort of move out of silos and work with each other on this. So we have some areas where some of these things are working, so our goal is to start to get them learning with and from each other. Do you mind going back to the subgroup data really quick? On any one of the slides that has subgroup data. So this one in particular, I just want to note something interesting in the data too. So if you see, for example, the left column, grades 3 through 8, meeting and exceeding percentages, 64% of all students are meeting or exceeding expectations. Now say students, you go down to students with say high needs, 33%. What's interesting is that high needs category is also included in the all students piece. So if you said high needs versus non-high needs, right, the non-high needs category would be much higher than 64% too. Yep. So that gap is actually larger than sometimes it even appears on this because we've compared all students, which also lumps in sort of the subgroups here too. So I just want to emphasize the point on the subgroup data that that's even sort of amplified if you dig a bit deeper into the data and just think that there's some major work to be done in those areas. So, thank you.
100%, yep. Okay. Dr. Hart, anything else?
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next thing, moving down the list, I don't think we officially said we're taking it out of order, is the enrollment update.
Would you like a motion?
Yeah, give me a motion, please, Sean, officially.
Move to take out of order item E4, enrollment update.
All in favor?
Second.
Second by Chuck. I'm trying to move this along, sorry. Seconded by Chuck, all in favor? All opposed? All right, it passes 6-0. So Dr. Milczewski, who's giving the update? Susan?
Yes. So this evening, I wanted to provide you with a snapshot of the October 1 enrollment data that was downloaded from our Admin Plus software system, student information system. This information is captured every year. The snapshot that I've shared with you this evening is an unofficial reflection of our student enrollment as of Friday, October 1st, by grade, by school building. This enrollment now is being verified and reviewed by our central office colleague, Lori Smith. It's being prepared to be submitted to DESE. The importance of having accurate enrollment information for DESE is that the Department of Elementary and Secondary Ed uses this enrollment data to calculate our foundation enrollment, which is used for calculating our Chapter 70 funding. So having accurate information is important. This also is, again, one simple overview comparing this year's actuals by grade level and school to last year's actual by grade level and school. I'm preparing an enrollment and class size report to share with you all that will include a number of different data points, specifically some cohort survival ratios, which shows not just one grade compared, the same grade compared one year over the other, but the migration as enrollment moves forward. I think that that's incredibly helpful information, as well as some projections that NESDEC is working on now for us, which will also be included in the report. Additionally, there'll be some economic development information too about new residential units and other factors that may influence our enrollment going forward. I think for this particular very preliminary summary is that it's interesting to note, although our enrollment dropped by 101 students over last year, our incoming kindergarten class is almost as high as our outgoing, as our grade 12, our graduating class. We also have some enrollment bubbles in grades 2 and 3, and those students will be moving through our middle school and our high school. So, and the last point I'll mention, which is not on this chart, but I'm eager to see how it's going to factor into the projections, the number of births in Reading about 5 and 6 years ago totaled 300 babies, which is the highest number of births in the last 11 years. So I'm curious to see how that's going to flow into our enrollment next year. So more to come. I'm happy, though, to answer any questions that you might have about this very simple overview.
Are there any questions? Sean?
So if I do this math correctly, the incoming class, the class of kindergartners that joined us this year is numbers 290. The class of 12th graders who left us after last year, numbers 330. So that accounts for a net of minus 40. And our total change is a minus 101 year over year. So, the sort of leaving aside the class size differential, the net outflow essentially from the schools year over year is 61 students, which feels like a large number. And so, I'm just wondering how we're thinking about what does that tell us? I'm sure some of that is COVID-related and around protocols and, RPS versus private schools, and I'm sure there are elements of that, but how are we sort of getting under the covers of what that means?
So I'm gathering information about what the enrollment looks like for out-of-public school, private and parochial school enrollment for general ed students. I'm also, and it's so important to have context, and we talked a little bit about it during the MCAS presentation, it's important to take a look at trends. And I'm eager, I haven't seen any historic trends yet. There were some presented in the FY22 budget book, but I'd like to see what the trends look like for different categories of this enrollment data. I think about 3 years ago, there was an elementary school space capacity or space study done, master plan study done, and within that report, there were enrollment projections, I think also prepared by NESDEC. So I'm gathering all this information and would like to present it to you in a more comprehensive overview. And I think there'll be some interesting trends in what we see that will absolutely inform some of the decisions that we're making going forward. So we always begin our budget development process, or my experience is beginning our budget development process, starting first with enrollment, class size, demographic projections. And I think that data will be helpful to the school committee's discussion on full day K and other important components of what we're doing here in the district.
Sure, Chuck.
So just as you were saying, I was thinking, in your experience in other districts, we don't have a policy on class size. We use guidance. Have you been in districts where they've actually had policies on class size?
I've been in districts where there have been guidelines and thresholds, not specific school committee voted policies.
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks.
Erin?
Welcome.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I recall last school year, the state said that districts wouldn't be impacted by Chapter 70 funding based on enrollment withdrawals, like enrollment decreases. I assume that is not continuing to this year?
I'd like to find out more about that. I'm not familiar with the most recent word from DESE about any new types of calculations related to Chapter 70, but I will be including the importance of Chapter 70 calculations and the impact, the impact of our enrollment on Chapter 70 calculations in the space study report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Susan. I think as I emailed, what my observation was here is that if you look at this from a cohort to cohort perspective, you can see where you're losing some of the data, some of the kids, right?
Yes, exactly.
So you went from 287 in 8th grade to 255 in 9th grade, 32 student drop. That's about average over time. It's about a 10% drop that we lose in that grade level. It's a little higher because it's a little bit more than 10%, but it's generally in the same general trend. Where I saw it was interesting, I don't remember exactly which one I calculated, the elementary numbers were a little bit more stark, and I was a little bit more surprised by those. So that might be something that we can kind of peel into a little bit, maybe with surveys or other things like that at some point in time, to try and figure out where some of those losses came from. The NESDEC numbers you referred to, if I recall correctly, we're projecting about 4,200 or 4,300 for this year. So we're 500 below that. Some of which is COVID related, but probably not all of it. So it's going to be interesting to understand over time as we look at the data.
I was able to contact NESDEC to ask what the projections were for this year, and they were projecting about 3,920 students. Apparently they had revised the projections. So, and my experience with NESDEC is that they're always a little bit higher than what typically takes place in districts. So I also run my own cohort survival.
As well, so that's good.
+2.
+2. We've added 2.
Well, yes, it depends, again, we're verifying the
Yeah.
data, so I think I probably used one set of data for one.
That's why it says unofficial
It does
on
say
it.
unofficial, and
Yeah, yeah.
it does change from time to time, so.
And I believe that
New kids come in, they move into the town, things like that happen, right?
I think that 2 student difference is actually at Wood End. I recall seeing that differential, so we're digging in to find out exactly what the right number is.
Okay.
So thank you for your patience with that.
No problem. Thank you so much for your time and putting it together for us.
My pleasure.
Okay, so we have 1, maybe 2 more things on the agenda. It's 11:16, so I want to be conscious of that. From a logistics perspective, since it was tabled, it has to go on the agenda, or it to come off the table from a discussion perspective, or the motion dies. So I would request that we bring it off the table, and then we can discuss whether we want to postpone it, considering the time, or have the conversation. And that particular is the Reading Advisory Committee. So that brings us back to, D3. Ideally, we close it out tonight if we can, but I'm cognizant it's 11:15, so I want to be conscious of that, and sometimes you don't make the best decisions after 11 o'clock at night necessarily, 10 o'clock in some cases, so. So with that said, Sean, do we have a motion?
Sure. The motion is move to take from the table the motion pertaining to the Reading and Reading Advisory Committee.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Sarah. We'll do a hand vote about whether to take it from the table, and needs 4 to get off the table. So, all in favor of taking it off the table? All opposed? And so it comes off the table for a 6-0 vote. Okay, I wanted to start quickly with an observation from the previous meeting, and frankly, some of the fallout that probably shouldn't have happened, but it is what it is. First of all, I think in the previous meeting, what I heard from the committee is that the overall goal and need was agreed to, it was clear. We need to do some of that work. But there was disagreement on maybe the how and the who would do that work. So if we're going to take this conversation up tonight, I think it's kind of the first thing is the philosophical of the who, because there is definitely disagreement in the room on the role of the school committee in certain places. And then we can talk about whether the what happens. But with that said, given the time and the consciousness of people's nights and whatnot, would we rather postpone this meeting to the next meeting, which is on October 25th? And knowing that it would probably be the primary thing on that agenda because that agenda has thinned out a little bit. So we would have a good amount of time to properly discuss the topic. As of right now, the Veterans Memorial presentation is going to come off because they're not ready for it. Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know that the policy stuff for that meeting is ready, or even the policy stuff for graduation is ready yet. It may or may not be ready by then. So there's a few things that, has most likely come off that agenda that we could easily fit a more substantive conversation on this topic into. So I'll start there and see if anybody has any immediate feedback.
I say we postpone it to the next meeting, and I say that people who have an hour ride home should be going
Okay. Anybody else?
I know it's a hot topic.
Make a motion.
You can make a motion.
Motion to table the Reading and Reading Advisory Committee to our next meeting. I move to table.
Move to table. Is there a second? Second. So tabling means, again, we have to take it up for sure the next meeting. Postpone, we could have done a little bit more control, but tabling is fine because we can meet it in the next meeting. I have no problem with that. So there's a seconded by Chuck. So tabling is not a debatable motion as well, so voting by hand, all in favor of tabling the motion once again. All opposed? And we have passed the tabling to 6-0. What's that? You were opposed, Sherry?
Tom, can I say one thing on that too?
Yes,
So
Tom.
first, I'm fine with the table too. We've been here for a while today, and some of us will be at Rise first thing in the morning with our visit with our 3- and 4-year-olds for the day. So we're fine with that. I just want to share a couple things that's on my mind as the, sort of aside from the contents. First, I really appreciate the urgency and the focus of the entire committee on this work. I think both on a professional level, I think this is work that our district needs to move forward. And I think on a personal level, I have a child who's a struggling reader, and this work is really important. So I'm glad the committee sort of sees that this is work that needs to sort of move forward. I also want to emphasize, I've just heard things from different community members over the past week or so. I want everyone to know I feel really supported by every sort of member of the committee individually and sort of collectively as a whole. And also know that I feel that this has been sort of, the effort has been collaborative in my conversations with our team and with Tom and with others about trying to move this forward and design it, and design a charge that I think we feel really good about the charge. So I just wanted to put that out there because I know that I've heard a lot of feedback on this, and I don't want to get too far into the content on this, but did just want to be able to share that out with the community.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have finished the agenda for this evening. Is there a motion on the table? Does anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Chuck, seconded by?
Second.
By Sean. All in favor of adjourning? Hands? All opposed? None? We are adjourned 6-0.